Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. You are looking live at Beirut and Tel Aviv. We are here to bring you live coverage of the war in Iran and the ceasefire, the way that's going. And, hold on. Actually, what I need to do is you're looking at two of the same thing. There's Tel Aviv on the top. Okay. We got Tel Aviv there. But there is still some disagreements over this ceasefire. There's been some fighting reported. There's disagreement over whether the ceasefire applies to Lebanon. And Israel in the past day has been carrying out a large amount of attacks in Lebanon, including Beirut. We're hearing a drone on the Beirut cam right now. So we are going to bring you live coverage here, the latest updates, take your comments on the air. And I need to figure out, give me a moment here. Yeah, there's disagreements over what exactly is going on in the Strait of Hormuz, and what points are going to be negotiated, and all kinds of disagreements. So we're going to be going over this stuff and bringing you the latest updates here. Thanks so much to our moderators. We have Ruth moderating right now over there on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. Carms is moderating. Thank you, Carms. Also, thanks to our Twitch moderators. Matthew Kohai 3 is there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And hang on. We have Kay Lowry body modding right now. Thanks, Kay. And Margaret Riley over on Facebook. Hey, we also have Manny is watching from Italy. Hello, Manny Giovanoli from Italy. Thanks to Soggy Sandwich and Althea Thune and Joe Brown for your support on YouTube. Joe Brown says, really hope they can make a lasting settlement. Otherwise, it's going to be very bad indeed for people in the Middle East and possibly worldwide. Andrea Holder is moderating as well. Okay, a lot of stuff to catch up on. And but to start, let me just make sure I'm going to check the very recent updates. We can kind of maybe work backwards. So let me just do that real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything from the last couple minutes. So Fars News, which is Iranian state media, they claim that the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked and oil tankers turned back. That's according to Fars state media. They talked about a particular ship that I'm going to show you. The Aurora. We're going to look at marine traffic, and I'm going to show you what happened with that. Marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Okay, now here is marine traffic. There's the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, President Trump said that the ceasefire was predicated on the strait being completely open. That certainly has not happened yet. The Wall Street Journal said that in the last 24 hours, 4 ships had passed through, which was the least in April in a day. Now, the ship that was mentioned by Iranian state media was the Aurora, which is an oil products tanker sailing under the flag of Panama with a destination of Oman. So let's look at what happened with this ship. We're going to have to do it a different way. Past track. Yes, so this is a ship, the Aurora, that was going towards the Strait of Hormuz. And it got up here and it turned around. You can see it was going this way towards the strait, and then it just turned around. Now, it doesn't seem to be on the live track now, so I don't know exactly where it is. This was right there. That was at about an hour and a half ago. It was there, if I have the time right. That's actually more recent. That says 1856 UTC, which would be about 40 minutes ago. 2.7 knots. Oh, there, that's actually more recent. Hold on a second here. UTC now is 1932. So it said about 20 minutes ago it was here at 1.1 knots. But it's not showing up right. And then that actually is 13 minutes ago, 0.8 knots. Seems to be slowing down. So as of 13 minutes ago, it was right here. But it was moving again. So it seems like maybe it has stopped there or close to stopped. But again, that is a ship that the Iranian state media just talked about. And to repeat what Iranian state media said about this ship, I'll show you. I'll show you what they said about the ship. They said, Fars News Agency. By the way, you can go to marine traffic at marinetraffic.com. Okay, so here's what Fars News Agency said. They said Strait of Hormuz completely blocked. Oops, that happened. Then that happened. They said oil tankers halt passage through the Strait of Hormuz. They said, I got to do this again. Everything got messed up. Everything got messed up. Hold on, maybe not. Maybe not. Oil tankers turned back from the Strait of Hormuz, according to data from maritime traffic tracking systems. The Aurora tanker, which was moving toward the exit of the Strait of Hormuz, suddenly changed its course near the coast of Musandam and made a 180-degree turn, returning to the depths of the Persian Gulf. This change of route has occurred at one of the most sensitive points in the international waterway, namely the area between Lark Island and Musandam Peninsula. Anyways, so Iranian state media is claiming that ships are not moving through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, are none of them really moving through? That I don't know. Now, let me show you something else Iran is saying. But before that, actually, let's just look at the Strait of Hormuz on marine traffic here. Let's just look at what's happened since last night. So the ceasefire was around, 7 p.m. last night, which would be about 23 hours UTC. So what I'm going to do on marine traffic, there's current marine traffic. Hold on. There's current. Oh, there's the Aurora. Right? Is that the Aurora? That is the Aurora, which we were just talking about. It is almost stopped, 0.4 knots. Okay, so that's that. That's where that is. So let's look at, there's not much there. It looks like maybe these few ships might have gone through in the last few hours here. Remember, you know, in April, there's been a number of days when 8 or 10 or roughly around that ships went through. That's been kind of the norm lately, as opposed to about 130, which is the normal number before the war. So if we do this, if we go to playback, and we go custom range, and we want to do starting at, say, 2300 hours yesterday, UTC, and we're going to basically, I'm going to show you, this is the playback of what happened in the last like 20 hours since the ceasefire right here. If I can get it a little zoomed in here. So this is from marine traffic. Again, this is the playback from the last, basically since the ceasefire happened. Okay, we see a couple ships moving up here. Maybe those passed through. The Tor 2, and then we see, well, that ship was over here. The Tor 2 and the NJ Earth appeared to go out, right? Because they're going by, around Larak Island. Or did they stop up here? Nope, NJ Earth goes through. There's NJ Earth. So it certainly looks like NJ Earth made it through in the last, since the ceasefire. I haven't seen anything else come through. We're about halfway there in terms of the last day since the ceasefire. Hold on, it seems to stop playing. It stopped playing for a moment. Now it's playing again. That's the only one I've seen make it all the way through. There might be others, but so far just NJ Earth. And we keep playing, and this is, again, playing you the last, basically the last day since the ceasefire. I see high long, but I didn't see that come through here. So I don't know if these had come through here before and were waiting. So it's possible that these made it through too, but not sure. And then New Ambition, does that get through? Let's see. New Ambition is up here now. It looks like New Ambition made it through as well. So we should look up New Ambition and there's one other one. I don't know if Yolko's Destiny made it through. It's possible. Anyways, you can clearly see not much going through there since the ceasefire. A few ships, New Ambition and NJ Earth, if we look those up. NJ Earth, bulk carrier, that appeared to make it through since the ceasefire. That is a ship carrying the flag of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's a bulk carrier. No, the destination says to order. I don't know what the deal with that is. So, anyways, I don't know much about that ship, but that's one of them. And then the other one was, what was the other one we were talking about? We were talking about NJ Earth and, here's the other one. And New Ambition. And any of these ships that go through need to clear it with the Iranian authorities first, and reportedly have to pay them. New Ambition, sailing under the flag of Panama. It's a bulk carrier. That seemed to make it through. Destination Oman, it says. But so I just want to mention this as well. I saw this shortly before coming on the air. The Wall Street Journal is reporting right now, okay? This is what they report. They say that Iran has told mediators that they would limit the number of ships going through during the ceasefire to about a dozen a day. Okay? Which is what they've basically been limited to anyway. Remember, before the war, it was like 130 a day. So, according to Wall Street Journal, Iran says it's going to limit the number of ships during the ceasefire to about a dozen a day. They are going to charge tolls on all these ships, okay? Ships have to coordinate with the Revolutionary Guard. The fees must be paid in cryptocurrency or Chinese yuan, not dollars, cryptocurrency or Chinese yuan. And also 4 ships passed in the last day, according to Wall Street Journal, 4, which is the lowest number in April. So that's all being reported by the Wall Street Journal. So, I mean, in that sense, it wouldn't be closed, but it really has never been closed during the war. There's been a few ships going through each day, pretty much. I guess some ships, some days, maybe none, but it has never been physically closed. The point is that Iran is only letting a small number of ships going through. And according to the Wall Street Journal now, you got to pay to go through in cryptocurrency or Chinese yuan. And you have to work out the toll arrangements with the Revolutionary Guard beforehand. Now, Greg Littrell says, who would accept that deal? Well, we'll have to see how the U.S. reacts to this, right? Because President Trump said yesterday that the ceasefire was based on the completely open Strait of Hormuz. So how is this going to work out? Tristan Massey thinks nobody going to want to pay. W9BBW thinks it's not a ceasefire. There have been attacks reported today in different countries. We're going to talk about that. Also, Iran says Lebanon is part of the ceasefire, but Israel says it's not. And Israel's been carrying out some major attacks on Lebanon, on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon in the past day. So that's been going on. Frankie's Wood shipping service says Trump is going to have another tantrum. Hectate says those arrangements are not going to work. Iranian state media also claimed that the Lebanon oil refinery was attacked in Iran. Now, this is kind of I don't know what to make of this. When I hear about things being attacked in Iran, I say to myself, well, if that's true, that must have been the U.S. or Israel. And I guess if something was attacked in the past day, my number one suspect would be Israel, not the U.S. But look, this is kind of an interesting news item a few minutes ago from Iranian state media. They say, look at this. Iranian state media Fars says, evidence of UAE airstrikes on at least 2 locations in Iran after temporary ceasefire? I'd be pretty surprised if the UAE were carrying out airstrikes in Iran. They say, following the ceasefire agreement, by the way, the April 19th is just a bad translation. They don't really mean April 19th. Several attacks have been reported in various parts of Iran. A military expert, state media quoted, said there's a 90% chance that the attack on the Lebanon oil refinery in Iran was carried out by Emirati UAE fighter jets. They say Axios claimed that the attack on the Iranian oil refinery was not carried out by the U.S. or Israel. I'd have to look up and see that Axios report. I mean, so they say Flight Radar 24 shows the movement of UAE military transport planes into occupied Palestinian territory. They also say unofficial news indicates attacks from the UAE on a port in Bandar Abbas, but no official source has confirmed the UAE attacks on Iran. We must wait an official announcement from the General Staff of the Armed Forces. All right, so anyways, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if stuff has been attacked in Iran today. If so, I don't know who did it. It'd be pretty surprising if the UAE did it. But regardless of what actually happened, if Iranian state media is putting it out there and claiming that the UAE attacked Iran today, well, then who knows? Maybe they will launch some kind of a new attack on the UAE from Iran, right? So regardless of what actually happened, if they're blaming the UAE, they could use that as an excuse to launch some kind of new attack on some. I mean, they've been firing missiles and drones at the UAE frequently, but maybe they'll attack some specific target there or something. I don't know. So it just caught my eye. This was posted about half an hour ago. Something to keep an eye on. Sheepster says Lebanon attacked. I believe that's all been coming from Iran. I don't know if there's been video from there. Let me check this out here. Yeah, so like Shayan Sardarizadeh had posted from BBC Verify, had posted some footage that showed a fire and a plume of black smoke at the Lebanon oil refinery in Iran. And Iran had called it an attack by the enemy on their refinery. However, so Iran says this refinery was attacked. But Iran claimed that their refinery there at a Lebanon oil refinery on Lebanon Island, that is, by the way, I should show you what it is, was attacked. That would be about 12 hours ago. Let me show you Lebanon Island. Here is Lebanon Island, which is here. So here's the Strait of Hormuz. And then Karg Island is here. Lebanon Island is here. And I guess there's a refinery somewhere there. Somewhere. Well, there is. There looks that certainly looks like oil facilities there. So maybe somewhere in there. But hold on. I also want to show you guys. But it's interesting that about a half an hour ago, they came out with a story in state media blaming the UAE for the attack on the Lebanon refinery, which I find interesting. And what did Axios say about this? The drone we're hearing is in Beirut, by the way. Or above Beirut. Axios says a U.S. defense official claimed that the strike on the Iranian refinery Whoa, explosion, big airstrike, we just saw it. Big airstrike right now in Beirut, we just saw it right now, wow. We just saw a big airstrike in Beirut right now. Wow. I'm going to remove the Tel Aviv cam for the moment. And we'll have to replay that for you. I will replay that for you, but that was a big airstrike that we just saw. I'm going to replay that for you if you wait a second. All right, ready? I'm about to play the replay. Again, Iran says that the ceasefire is supposed to apply to Lebanon, but Israel does not agree. So this is a point of contention here. And you can see Israel is still carrying out attacks in Lebanon. They've carried out a bunch today. So let me just show you here. If I put up the replay. All right. This is going to be moments ago. Oh, I don't want that. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Bear with me. All right, here comes moments ago, coming up. Here, let me replay. Here's a replay of what happened. Here's a replay. Oopsie. That the strike on the Iranian refinery. Whoa, right there, right explosion, there. Big airstrike, we just saw it. Big airstrike right now in... I will replay that again. Wow. Official claimed that the strike on the Iranian refinery. Whoa, explosion, big airstrike, we just saw it. Big airstrike right now in Beirut, we just saw it right now, wow. And then I'll go back here, where was that? Refinery. Look at that, wow. There's a freeze frame right there. We just saw that in Beirut moments ago. We're going to talk about Beirut more in a second, and Lebanon. I want to give you some background on what's been going on there today. Claimed that the strike on the Iranian... Again, one more time. Here's the replay of it. Whoa, wow. Explosion, big airstrike, we just saw it. Big airstrike right now in Beirut, we just saw it right now. All right, let me go back to the live shot now. Here is the live shot. That's now live. That's not moments ago, that's live. It's going to be live in a second. Okay, that is live. Probably should brighten that up a tad. Wow. I want to talk about what's been going on in Lebanon today. I got to thank some people too. Just give me a moment. There's a lot going on here. So just bear with me for 2 seconds. Bear with me. You can see this right here. I mean, look at this. Here's a headline today from AP. More than 100 killed as Israel strikes central Beirut after saying Iran truce doesn't apply there. Israel's strikes hit several commercial and residential areas in central Beirut, not just the southern suburbs, central Beirut, without warning on Wednesday, hours after a ceasefire was announced. Lebanon says at least 112 people were killed and hundreds were wounded in what was one of the deadliest days in the war, in the latest Israel-Hezbollah war. President Trump told PBS NewsHour that Lebanon was not included in the deal because of the Lebanese militant Hezbollah group. When asked about Israel's latest strikes, President Trump said that's a separate skirmish. Israel has said that the ceasefire does not extend to its war with the Iran-backed Hezbollah, although mediator Pakistan says the ceasefire does apply to Hezbollah in Lebanon. AP says the fleeting sense of relief among Lebanese after the ceasefire announcement turned into panic with what Israel's military called its largest coordinated strike since the current war, hitting more than 100 Hezbollah targets within 10 minutes in Beirut, southern Lebanon, and the eastern Bekaa Valley. AP journalists today saw charred bodies in vehicles and on the ground in one of Beirut's busiest intersections in the central Corniche al-Mazra neighborhood, a mixed commercial and residential area. Using forklifts, rescue workers removed smoldering debris and sifted through ruins for survivors. In response to the Israeli attacks on Lebanon after the ceasefire, Iran said it will once again halt the movement of oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Central Beirut, as opposed to the southern suburbs of Beirut, has been targeted before, but not by so many strikes as once and in the middle of the day as what happened today. Israel had rarely struck central Beirut since the outbreak of the latest Israel-Hezbollah war on March 2nd, but has regularly struck the southern and eastern Lebanon and Beirut's southern suburbs. The Lebanese Ministry of Social Affairs told AP condemned Israel's wide range of strikes today, calling it a very dangerous turning point. He said these hits are now at the heart of Beirut. Half of the sheltered internally displaced people are in Beirut in this area, she said, adding that she had just been driven by areas hit. The Prime Minister of Lebanon, in a statement, accused Israel of escalating at a moment when Lebanese officials were seeking to negotiate a solution and of hitting civilian areas in utter disregard for the principles of international law and international humanitarian law. Principles it has in any case never respected, said the Prime Minister. The Lebanese president called the Israeli attacks barbaric. Now, the one we just saw, that may have been in the southern suburbs. Let me just do a double check here. As opposed to central Beirut. Yes, the strike we just saw was on Beirut's southern suburbs. Israel's military said it had targeted missile launchers, command centers, and intelligence infrastructure. Israel's military accused Hezbollah fighters of trying to blend into non-Shiite Muslim areas beyond their traditional strongholds. Residents and local officials denied that the buildings hit today were military sites. Israel's defense minister called today's strikes against Hezbollah in different parts of Lebanon the largest blow against Hezbollah since the attack that caused pagers used by hundreds of its members to explode almost simultaneously in September 2024. Before the new strikes today, a Hezbollah official told the AP that the group was giving a chance for mediators to secure a ceasefire in Lebanon, but said, "We have not announced our adherence to the ceasefire since the Israelis are not adhering to it." The Hezbollah official said Hezbollah will not accept a return to the pre-March 2nd status quo when Israel carried out near-daily strikes in Lebanon despite a ceasefire being nominally in place since the last full-blown Israel-Hezbollah war ended in November 2024. We will not accept for the Israelis to continue behaving as they did before this war with regards to attacks, said the Hezbollah official. Remember, Hezbollah started firing missiles at Israel the day after the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran, sparking a regional war. Israel responded with widespread bombardment of Lebanon in a ground invasion. The Israeli military chief of staff said the attacks in Lebanon are to protect Israel's northern residents who have come under heavy fire. AP reports that since the war started and before today's attacks, Israeli airstrikes had killed more than 1,500 people in Lebanon. The Israeli military says it has killed hundreds of Hezbollah fighters. More than 1 million people have been displaced in Lebanon in this current war. And I believe that's about roughly 20% of Lebanon's population has been displaced. And I wanted to show you something that some stuff the Israel military posted today. Give me a second. I'm gonna mention that. Oh, let me play you a video that the Israeli military posted today about their major strikes in Lebanon today on Hezbollah. This is a video posted today by the Israeli military. And I'll turn the volume down on the live shot just so you could, for a moment, just so you can hear the video. This is the Israeli military today.
The IDF just carried out the largest strike against Hezbollah terrorists since the beginning of Operation Roaring Lion. In just 1 minute, the IDF struck 100 Hezbollah military targets in different locations across Lebanon. The targets include command centers, missile infrastructure, and assets used by the Radwan Special Forces. This operation was based on weeks of precise intelligence and careful planning. These strikes come as Hezbollah changes the way it is operating. In recent weeks, the IDF intelligence identified Hezbollah moving beyond its usual strongholds and building positions in more areas across Lebanon, including civilian neighborhoods. Hezbollah's use of civilians as human shields is their strategy. Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into this war, and it is now trying to spread that danger to even more Lebanese communities. Our message is clear. We are fighting Hezbollah, not the people of Lebanon. We said this from day one. We will not allow Hezbollah to pose a threat to our civilians.
So Israel is suggesting it's going to start, attacking new areas it wouldn't normally attack in Lebanon because they claim that Hezbollah is moving to new areas in Lebanon. So this has been a big thing today. That looks like a civilian plane, I think, landing at the airport there in Beirut. Big thing today, this big story, Israel carrying out major attacks in Lebanon. Let me read some comment here. Now, JJ the Trap Extraordinaire says, why is Israel targeting civilian areas? I mean, you just heard what Israel says. They claim that Hezbollah is moving into civilian areas, moving into other areas they haven't been in. They posted that announcement about the 10 minutes, about 8 hours ago. Israel said in 10 minutes, the IDF completed the largest coordinated strike across Lebanon since the start of Operation Roaring Lion. They targeted over 100 targets. Hey, by the way, I owe a couple thanks to people. I'm sorry, I'm way behind on this. First of all, let me thank our moderators who are moderating. We have Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. Thank you, Roberts Mayqueen, over there on YouTube. Beth Mythical, thank you. And also our moderators, Bastion Girl, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And also, hang on a moment here, K. Lowry Body on Facebook. Andrea Holder on Facebook. Thank you. And give me a moment here. Hey, I want to thank some people here. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to this. We were covering some different things and I got caught up doing that. So I want to thank Cecilia Joe from Norway, Brandon Nelson, thank you. Need Hog Strike from Norway. Chris Renfro, thank you. Miss Curvy, thank you. Thanks, Miss Curvy. Lidwine Elizabeth. She says, I love to have a bit of happy feelings yesterday with a ceasefire. Hopefully not short-lived feelings. Yeah, Mark Rutte is visiting Trump from NATO, visiting Trump today. I don't know if we're going to get any video of that. I don't believe we're supposed to get any video of that, to be honest. If I do, I'll let you know. Thank you, Scott Bedwell, who says, everyone waiting on someone else to be the first to go through. It sounds, well, we've heard different things out of Iran today, but at this point, I mean, the Wall Street Journal said 4 ships went through the Strait today, the smallest number in April. And then I believe at some point today, there have been statements from Iran state media claiming it's closed. I'll try to get you a recent statement about it. I have to check Iranian state media. Yeah, so Fars News, which is state media, they said about 6 hours ago, Fars News, that simultaneously with the Israeli attacks on Lebanon, the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz has been halted. I mean, that's from state media 6 hours ago. Now it said oil tankers, not all ships. As I mentioned, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran is limiting the number of ships going through the strait every day to a maximum of 12. The Wall Street Journal is saying that any ship going through needs to make payment arrangements with the Revolutionary Guard beforehand and needs to pay in either cryptocurrency or Chinese yuan. I didn't finish thanking people. Thanks also to M. Munsell, our new member. Sherlock Holmes for the membership. Thank you so much. There's a name, I think, in Cyrillic. 1KCA ... Thank you for being a member. Scott Bedwell, thanks for being a member. Soggy Sandwich, thanks for being a member. And also, thank you to Jay Arlington for watching over there on Twitch. Thanks Whoshot JR on Twitch and Meat Missile for the gift sub on Twitch. If you missed it a short while ago, we saw a new attack by Israel, new airstrike by Israel in Beirut. At some point, maybe we'll watch what the press secretary had to say today. J.D. Vance said about a half an hour ago, J.D. Vance said that the Iranians thought the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. That's what J.D. Vance said. I have an update about some of the things J.D. Vance said. White House Vice President Poole, Amy McKinnon, reports that he spoke for about 13 minutes on whether Lebanon is included in the ceasefire deal. J.D. Vance said, I think the Iranians thought the ceasefire deal included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. He said Israel has offered to check themselves in Lebanon because they want to make sure our negotiation is successful. On the Strait of Hormuz, J.D. Vance said the U.S. has seen signs that it is starting to reopen. J.D. Vance did not say whether the administration would be willing to see Iran continue enriching uranium for civilian purposes, but J.D. Vance did say, the more they're willing to give us, I think the more they're going to get things out of this negotiation. J.D. Vance also addressed a recent message by the Speaker of Iran's parliament regarding alleged violations of the ceasefire agreement. J.D. Vance said, if he's frustrated about 3 issues, that actually means there's a lot of agreement. He also questioned whether the Speaker of Iran's parliament had misunderstood elements of the agreement. He said, I actually wonder how good he is at understanding English, because there are things he said that, frankly, didn't make sense in the context of the negotiations. And I'll show you what the Iranian Speaker of Parliament said today. Here is what the Iranian Speaker of Parliament posted today on his social media. He said, put it down here. Well, I'll put it up here. Try to keep it out of the way of the live shot. Well, I'll put it here for now. I can rewind the live shot if I see something. Statement on the violation of 3 key clauses of the 10-point proposal, agreed framework before the start of the negotiations. The deep historical distrust we hold of toward the United States stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitments, a pattern that has regrettably been repeated once again, says the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. As the President of the United States has clearly stated in his Truth on Truth Social, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis on which to negotiate and the main framework for these talks. However, 3 of the clauses of this proposal have been violated so far. 1. Non-compliance with the first clause of the 10-point proposal regarding the ceasefire in Lebanon, a commitment that Prime Minister of Pakistan Sharif has also explicitly referred to and declared as an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and other regions, effective immediately. He also says, 2, The entry of an intruding drone into Iran airspace, which was destroyed in the city of Lar in Fars province, in clear violation of the clause prohibiting any further violation of Iranian airspace. 3. Denial of Iran's right to enrichment, which was included in the 6th clause of the framework. Now, the very workable basis on which to negotiate has been openly and clearly violated even before negotiations begin. In such situation, a bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable. So that is what today was said by the Iranian Speaker of Parliament. One of our viewers said, great, ... Yeah, I mean, that clearly this is not a ceasefire where all sides totally agree on everything. That was even in the ceasefire. And here is a post from the foreign minister of Iran. Sayed Araghchi. He posted a couple hours ago, the foreign minister of Iran, and he said, he quoted the Prime Minister of Pakistan's post. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan had said that the ceasefire included the U.S. and U.S. along with their allies, and the ceasefire includes Lebanon. And Foreign Minister Araghchi said the U.S.-Iran ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The U.S. must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the U.S. court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. Again, Pakistan was mediating this ceasefire negotiation, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan said that the ceasefire included Lebanon, but the U.S. and Israel say the ceasefire does not include Lebanon. And the Israel carried out major strikes today on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel carried out what it said was the largest attack across Lebanon since their new war against Hezbollah that started right after the war, the Iran war started. So Israel said they carried out the largest attack since Operation Roar of the Lion started. They said within 10 minutes, they attacked approximately 100 targets. And I read you the reporting earlier that said that Lebanon said at least 112 people were killed and hundreds were wounded. And also I mentioned from the AP report that residents and local officials in Lebanon, and I believe they're saying central Beirut here in this section, denied that the buildings hit were a military site. A member of Beirut's municipal council at the scene of a strike today in central Beirut said, "Look at these crimes. An apartment building behind a popular shop selling nuts and dried fruit had been hit. This is a residential area. There is nothing military here," claimed the member of Beirut's municipal council. A number of strikes today in central Beirut, which has not been hit much since the outbreak of this Israel-Hezbollah conflict. And AP said, central Beirut has been targeted before, but not by so many strikes at once and in the middle of the day. All right, I want to read some more comments from you guys. Neo, our viewer, says, who to believe? Yes, I already mentioned, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast, that Iranian state media claims that they posted a story claiming that the UAE likely carried out a strike on Iran's Lebanon oil refinery. As I was saying, I mean, that would be big news to me if the UAE, I don't believe they've carried out any kind of offensive attack against Iran during this war. So that would be big news and surprising. I don't know that that's the case, but regardless of whether it is the case, just if Iran, if Iran is blaming them, whether justifiably or not, that could suggest that Iran is going to, launch some sort of new attack on the UAE. Hey, thanks. I am Charlie for the memberships. Miss Curvy for the memberships. Fiona Diamond, thanks for your support. Sydney for the memberships. Thank you, I am Charlie, for your support as well. I am Charlie says, 7 U.S. presidents have said Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Thank you, Bravo Lotus, for your support, and also Peanut Butter Jelly, who thinks they just want to get a free shot at a tanker and claim victory, then yell, blah, 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 the infidel. That's what Peanut Butter Jelly says. Let me try to get you some new updates here. So, I mean, this is real, just to go over this again, because it's a big deal. And yeah, I've shown you that Iran's foreign minister and speaker of parliament both mentioned this in statements today, that Iran believed that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. The Pakistan, the mediating country, they believed Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. But in the hours after the ceasefire, Israel carried out their biggest strikes of the war in Lebanon so far, since, late February or whatever, or early March, and carried out a number of strikes in central Beirut, included in that. And Lebanon, and they're targeting Hezbollah, and so Lebanon thinks so there's a lot of anger in Lebanon over this, and Iran is very upset about this because they say, well, Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. Remember, Iran supports Hezbollah, and they say Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. So this is a huge, it's not just one strike. Israel carried out about 100 strikes on 100 targets, and publicized this and made a big deal out of it in the hours after the ceasefire. So could that sink the ceasefire in itself? Now, Crispy Zebra thinks Israel will never abide by a ceasefire. Our viewer Raja Kwa says there are huge misunderstandings. There are talks coming up in Pakistan on, is it Friday or Saturday? Let me give you a little summary here from Reuters. Reuters says Israel pounded Lebanon with its heaviest strikes yet today, killing hundreds of people and drawing a threat of retaliation from Iran, which said the attacks violated a ceasefire deal agreed with the United States a day earlier. Iran and the U.S., meanwhile, laid out sharply contrasting agendas for talks that aim to forge a more durable peace in the region. Those talks are set to take place on Pakistan on Saturday. Iranian officials questioned whether the ceasefire could hold, saying the ceasefire agreement had been undermined by Israel's continued attacks on Lebanon, where Israel has been pushing a parallel war with the Iran-aligned militia Hezbollah. Oh, and by the way, there's also disagreement. Remember, last night, President Trump said, when he announced the ceasefire, he said that the basis of what he said in his post was that we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Then Iranian state media put out the 10-point proposal, details of it, and it really seemed like a bunch of demands that the U.S. would never agree to. You would think things like Iran has a right to enrichment, lifting of all sanctions on Iran, U.S. pulls all its forces from the region, Iran keeps control of the Strait of Hormuz, things like this. Iran gets complete repayment for the damage caused during the war. These were the kind of demands. So now today, President Trump has said, well, those aren't the actual basis for the negotiations. So, for example, Trump said, let me show you here. Look what he said. Oops, that's not going to really be readable. Let's try this one more time. So President Trump said, now remember also, CNN last night quoted this statement from Iranian, I think it was the Supreme National Council, that was put out on Iranian social media. And Trump claimed it was a fake document. But it's a real statement, really on Iranian state media. Anyways, Trump said today, numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the USA-Iran negotiation. In many cases, they are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse. They will be rapidly exposed after our federal investigation is completed. There is only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. These are the points that are the basis on which we agreed to a ceasefire. It is something that is reasonable and can easily be dispensed with. It's very much like fake news CNN last night, headlining a source that had no power or authority to write a letter claiming great authority. And just to be clear, the document, well, one of the announcements I read you last night from Iranian state media came from was it the Supreme National Council? I believe it was. Supreme National Security Council of Iran. They are, according to Wikipedia, the National Security Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Their responsibilities include determining the defense and national security policies of the country within the framework of the general policies determined by the Supreme Leader. They also formulate the country's nuclear policy. Again, that's according to Wikipedia. So that is the organization that released that big statement that we told you about last night. Anyways, so Trump right now is saying, like, he's basically saying, hey, these reports you're seeing in Iranian state media saying what the 10 points are of not just Iranian state media. I mean, I just read you a statement from the Speaker of Iran's parliament where he talked about the 10 points. So what Trump is saying is that all these statements about what these 10 points are coming out of Iran that you see in state media, Iranian politicians, and there are these 10 points that, obviously seem very much like Iranian maximalist demands. He's saying those are not the points we agreed to discuss with Iran. Right? So he says there's only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. So again, it seems like there's a lot of disagreement here, even over what the points are that are the basis of the start of the negotiation. And then Trump also posted today, hold on. He also posted today, where is this here? The United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium. So right there, maybe there's a room for agreement, but Iran has claimed that one of the 10 points is that they have the right to enrich uranium. Now, he says no enrichment, so maybe you could thread the needle by saying, well, they don't actually enrich, but they have the right to enrich. Anyways, he also says dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. He means the enriched uranium that Iran already has. I haven't heard Iran saying any kind of, they're agreeing to let the U.S. take or someone to take their enriched uranium. He also says the enriched uranium, which was buried in the nuclear sites bombed last year by the U.S., is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance Space Force. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. Also, he said, we are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. Now here he says 15 points. But last night he said Iran's 10-point list forms the start of the basis of negotiations. Anyway, so there's disagreement there. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Some of our viewers are commenting on the difference between the 15 points and the 10 points. And also, let me just show you this. Now, this was also interesting today. Look what he posted here. Look at the top post here. Oops, you'll see it in a second. Right here. What does this mean? A country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on any and all goods sold to the United States of America, 50% effective immediately. There will be no exclusions or exemptions. Now, who's he referring to? I mean, I've heard Russia. There's been reports of Russia supplying weapons. I believe there's huge tariffs on them anyway, I think. So I don't know if that would have a big impact there. I don't even know how much trade they're doing now. I have to look that up, how much they're doing with the U.S. Is he talking about China? I mean, a 50%, there's been some reporting that China is helping Iran in some sort of ways. Who's he referring to there? Obviously a 50% additional tariff on China would be a big deal. North Korea? Wes Downer thinks he's clearly talking about China. Paps thinks China, North Korea, and Russia. Sheepster says Russia and China. Molly Morgan says China. Anyways, also, like, I mean, there was one report I remember reading, I don't remember where, that was claiming that, like, Iran, that China was selling some kind of chemical or something that Iran used in its missiles. So when Trump says supplying weapons, does that include, like, ingredients that could be used in weapons? That I don't know. Let me look something up here. Let me check something here. Hold on a second here. We'll take some more of your comments. Yeah, I'm reading online. I was looking about Russia and North Korea tariffs. They are under currently very heavy sanctions and tariffs. Let me see if there's articles about this threat today from Trump about the 50% tariff. Reuters reported on this. Trump threatens 50% tariffs on countries supplying Iran with weapons. He said Reuters believes that this post was effectively warning China and Russia against restocking Tehran's military inventories. Reuters says China and Russia have helped Iran build military capacity to counter U.S. and Israeli pressure, supplying missiles, air defense systems, and dual-use technologies intended to bolster deterrence. That's before the war, I believe. That support appeared capped during the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. Both Beijing and Moscow have denied supplying any weapons recently, although allegations against Russia have persisted. Josh Lipsky of the Atlantic Council said, "This is Trump's post today is a China-related threat the way I read it, and China will read it that way." Josh Lipsky of the Atlantic Council said, although drone and missile parts routinely flow from Chinese entities to Iran, evading U.S. sanctions, Lipsky thinks Trump was unlikely to follow through with new tariffs on China in the near term, because that would derail his planned trip to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping, which I think is scheduled for May. Our viewer, Grand Babies, thinks Iran has broken the agreement by continuing to fire into Israel. Oh, I should mention this. I apologize. I just didn't. As well as shutting the strait down again. So this is totally my fault. I just forgot to, and I wanted to mention this. So Iran today has been firing, in addition to Israel attacking Lebanon, right? Which Iran says Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. Israel says they're not. The U.S. says they're not. Pakistan says they are. Iran has been launching, I mean, we saw last night Iran launch missiles at Israel. But Iran has attacked, I believe, the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Let me double check on this here. Let me double check on this. Hang on. I don't want to give you bad info. Yeah, look. So this is from the Kuwait Army. Well, I want to make sure the timing is right. So 8 a.m. Kuwait time. Kuwait time now is 11:44. So Kuwait time is 7 hours. Okay, yes. So 8 a.m. Kuwait time would have been 1 a.m. Eastern time. And that would have been after the ceasefire came into effect. If I have that right. 1 a.m.? Yeah, that's well after the ceasefire came into effect. Kuwait said that their air defenses have been dealing since 8 a.m. today, which is after the ceasefire was declared, and up to now with an intense wave of Iranian hostile criminal attacks where 28 drones were intercepted that targeted the state of Kuwait. They say some of them targeted vital oil facilities and power stations in the south of the country, resulting in material damage to oil infrastructure facilities, power stations, and water desalination plants. So that's today, after the ceasefire. I'll try to get you more detail on the damage done. I don't have that right now. So that's Iran attacking after the ceasefire. Give me a moment here. Hang on a moment. Sorry, just bear with me for 1 second. I'm trying to post something here. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Hang on. So that's just one example, those attacks that Kuwait said happened, that it's been dealing with from Iran after the ceasefire was announced. And then maybe I can show you also. Let's see here. Here, look. The Ministry of Defense of the UAE announces that the blatant Iranian attacks since the ceasefire took effect have reached 17 missiles and 35 drones. And the air defenses have successfully dealt with them. So, you know, Iran appears to be breaking the ceasefire as well. So I mentioned Qatar, I mentioned the UAE. I was trying to find something maybe quickly about Bahrain. But you get the idea. The Prime Minister of Pakistan posted today and said, violations of ceasefire have been reported at few places across the conflict zone, at a few, it sounds like a few he meant, which undermines the spirit of the peace process. I earnestly and sincerely urge all parties to exercise restraint and respect the ceasefire for 2 weeks as agreed upon, so that diplomacy can take a lead role toward peaceful settlement of the conflict. That's the Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan, about 6 hours ago. Mort says, naughty, naughty. Yeah, guys, we taught, somebody just mentioned Lebanon. We probably spent about a half an hour talking about the Lebanon situation earlier in the stream. Where we have a camera on Beirut right now. So, you know, just to be clear, it's been, we discussed it a lot during this stream. Israel carrying out major attacks in Lebanon today. On Hezbollah targets, even though Iran and Pakistan say Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. There was a video posted today. Where is this video from? I don't know where this came from. I'd like to see who. There was a video posted from, I was going to repost from Lebanon. But let me see if I can find where this came from. Sorry, that was loud. Joe Truzman posted some videos. Trey Yinks posted a video. I'll post a link in the chat. I got to link my X account. Hold on. Let me post that. Let me get that posted. Sorry, there's a lot going on. I want to get more of your comments. Okay, I'm going to link my X account where I can post stuff. There's sometimes I see videos or photos and I don't have the rights to show them here, but I can post them on my X account, repost them there. So you can check out my X account. Maybe the moderators on Twitch and Facebook can pin my X account. I just pinned it on the YouTube feed chat. Thank you. I might also have some video. Let's see here. I do have some video I can show you from Lebanon today. Hold on a second. Check this out. From earlier today. You can see it says, shaky U.S.-Iran ceasefire in doubt as Israel pounds Lebanon. Reuters said Israel pounded Lebanon with its heaviest strikes yet today, killing hundreds of people and drawing a threat of retaliation from Iran, which claimed that the attacks violated a ceasefire deal. And Iran and the U.S. laid out sharply contrasting agendas for talks. Those talks are going to be held on Saturday. They will be led by Vice President Vance and Iran's parliament speaker Bagher Kalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Both of those Iranian officials questioned whether the ceasefire could hold, saying the ceasefire agreement had been undermined by Israel's continued attacks on Lebanon, where Israel has been pursuing a parallel war with the Iran-aligned militia Hezbollah. Israel and the U.S. claim that the ceasefire does not cover Lebanon, and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel said the strikes would continue. Iran's nuclear ambitions also remain a sticking point. Trump said Iran had agreed to stop enriching uranium, which can be turned into nuclear warheads. And the White House said Iran has indicated it would turn over its existing stocks. Kalibaf, the Speaker of Iranian Parliament, however, said that Iran was allowed to continue enriching uranium under the terms of the ceasefire. Iran's Tasnim news agency cited an unnamed source warning that Iran will withdraw from the ceasefire if the attacks on Lebanon continue. Lebanon's civil service said 254 people had been killed in Israel strikes across Lebanon on Wednesday. The highest toll was in the capital Beirut, where Israeli strikes killed 91 people, it said. Residents said some of the Israeli strikes had come without the usual warnings for civilians to evacuate. And I'm going to show you a video right now talking about what happened today in Lebanon from Reuters. Let me get that on the screen for you. Gonna have it right here. Now, this video, hold on. There are explosions here. Let me just see what else is in here. I gotta watch for that. Just make sure and see what's here. All right, when we get to that, we gotta pause it. I don't want to show anything super graphic here. It says the video contains graphic content. I'm looking through. There's one part where they're taking somebody out of a building, so I'll pause at that part and I'll skip that part over. It's not very. I looked at it. It's not too graphic, but I'll skip that part over. Otherwise, I'll show you the video. Okay. So this is the Reuters video about what happened today in Lebanon with these Israeli attacks. So let me get this on the screen for you so you can see it here.
On Wednesday, Israel carried out its heaviest strikes on Lebanon since the conflict with Hezbollah broke out last month. It came even as the Iran-aligned group paused attacks on northern Israel and Israeli troops in Lebanon under a 2-week U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Consecutive explosions shook Beirut.
Wow, look at that. Look at that video.
Sending
Look at
smoke
that video.
billowing across the capital. Israel's military said it had launched. Consecutive explosions shook Beirut. Sending smoke. Consecutive explosions shook Beirut. Sending smoke billowing across the capital. Israel's military said it had launched the largest coordinated strike of the war. It also said more than 100 Hezbollah command centers and military sites were targeted in Beirut, the Bekaa Valley, and southern Lebanon. The strikes.
All right, now here, I just want to skip the next couple seconds because it shows them bringing somebody out. You don't actually see the body, but I did want to just skip that over. Okay, here. No, that's not soon enough. Let's try this again.
Benjamin Netanyahu said overnight that the ceasefire suspending the 6-week-old U.S.-Israeli war against Iran did not apply to Lebanon. And later on Wednesday, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said the U.S. agreed.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
However, that position contradicted comments by Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, a key intermediary in the U.S.-Iran ceasefire talks. An Israeli strike on the southern city of Sidon also killed at least 8 people and wounded more than 20 others, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Hezbollah stopped attacking Israeli targets early on Wednesday, 3 Lebanese sources close to the group told Reuters. Israel's military said most of its strikes on Wednesday were in civilian-populated areas. Hours before the strike, they had issued warnings for some areas of southern Beirut and southern Lebanon. No such warning was given for central Beirut, which was also hit. More than 1,500 people have been killed in Israel's air and ground campaign across Lebanon since March 2nd, when Hezbollah started firing rockets at Israel in solidarity with Tehran. Israel has issued evacuation orders covering around 15% of Lebanese territory since then, mostly in the south and in suburbs south of Beirut. More than 1.2 million people have been displaced, according to Lebanese authorities.
And there's that one part too. This is a really striking video right here.
Sending smoke shook Beirut. Sending smoke billowing across shook Beirut. Sending smoke billowing across the capital.
So that's just a sense, gives you a little sense of some of what was going on today in Beirut. Einherji says they had 150 strikes in 10 minutes. They said over 100. And again, Israel said that Hezbollah has started moving to new areas. As I mentioned, they said the Israeli army, So this is from the Israel. This is what Israel said. They said a significant portion of the attacked infrastructure was located in the heart of the densely populated civilian areas. This is part of the calculated exploitation by the terrorist organization Hezbollah of the Lebanese people as human shields to protect its activities. Prior to carrying out the attacks, measures were taken to minimize harm to civilians as much as possible. See, it says it right there. That's from the Israeli Defense Forces. That's what they posted today. A significant portion of the attacked infrastructure was located in the heart of densely populated civilian areas. This is part of the calculated exploitation by the terrorist organization Hezbollah of the Lebanese people as human shields to protect its activities. Prior to carrying out the attacks, measures were taken to minimize harm to civilians as much as possible. So they're saying, they fully admitted that that a bunch of these attacks were in densely populated civilian areas, but they say that's Hezbollah's fault because Hezbollah is putting themselves in these areas to use people as human shields. Ammo for days says might as well get back to the war. Let's see here. I'm going to take some more comments. We'll do a poll soon, too. Low Carb said, did the ceasefire last? It's not clear what's going to happen with the ceasefire now. Sign of the Times says ceasefire ceases to exist. Frederick Dip Hunter thinks Iran will bomb Tel Aviv soon. The last missile alert in Israel was about 21 hours ago. I just looked it up on So Far Red Alert. This was the last missile alert, not rockets from Hezbollah, but missiles from Iran. The last missile from Iran alert in Israel was 21 hours ago, okay? So seems like a big deal if we start getting missile alerts, if Iran starts firing missiles at Israel again, that'll seem like a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal as it is, but it'll, in terms of the ceasefire. Soggy thinks this isn't a ceasefire. By the way, a couple quick thank yous. Tony Hull says, it's already been proven Iran can't be trusted. They don't know how to keep their word. Hey, thank you to Anti-Antifa for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Emil Blagoychev. Did you cover the attempted attack on the Israeli embassy on Istanbul? I think that was like a day ago. If I get a chance, I'll try to read up on it. Thanks for mentioning it. I posted about it on my X account. That was like before the stream yesterday. I have to look up and see if there's been updates on that. I'm sorry, I haven't checked. So in a little bit, I'll check on that email. Thank you. Thanks also, Bray J. Ray J says Israel also uses bases in cities. Projection. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I read in our news ships being sent back from Hormuz. What we mentioned earlier is that Iranian state media said, hey, look, there's a ship on marine traffic that was heading towards the Strait of Hormuz, and it turned around. So I don't personally know why it turned around. I can't say for sure that it was trying to get through there, and did Iran change its mind? So I don't know. I can try to look for an update on that later as well. We talked about that earlier, and we showed you the ship on the Strait of Hormuz on marine traffic. Again, I don't have confirmed details on that ship. And the news story didn't give confirmed details on that ship. But I will see if there's any more information on it. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you, Miss Curvy. She mentions live videos on TikTok. Yeah, I can't just take videos off of TikTok that somebody's streaming and use it on my broadcast. It is a great resource for certain news stories for live videos, and I look at it sometimes. And I would encourage you guys to check out for news stories what's on TikTok, but I can't just take their video unless on the rare occasion I can reach a creator and reach some kind of agreement with them to use their footage, but I would have to have their permission to use it on my stream. But if you're aware for any story we cover of some really, helpful live video, feel free to message me about it, because I can always try reaching out to the person and seeing if I can get permission or pay. I try to pay them for this stuff, but often it's very hard to get in touch with the person while they're showing it. Thank you, Susie Q. Susie Q thinks the U.S. needs to be more transparent with the points of agreement. It's hard to form an opinion without transparency. Yeah, so, we don't have any kind of list that the U.S. has issued of the starting points of the negotiation. Iran issued what they said were the starting points. The U.S. has not. President Trump said a bunch of the ones you see out there are wrong. He said there's ones the U.S. will be discussing with Iran behind closed doors. But, Susie Q is right that the U.S. has not publicly released any kind of list and said these are the points that were agreed upon on the start of the negotiation. Explicit list. Thank you, Susie Q, for your support. Walking Roscoe, our member, thank you. I Am Charlie said the U.S. had a 15-point plan, Iran a 10-point plan. President Trump did say Iran's 10-point plan will be the start of the negotiation, the basis for negotiation, but he says that the details about that plan coming out that we've seen in Iranian media, he says those are not true. Paps Doctor, thanks for being a member. Thanks, Eric Bush, for your support. Eric says we don't trade with North Korea or Russia, so the Trump threat about the 50% tariffs is for China. Is there really no trade with the U.S. and North Korea and Russia? I am seeing something from the United States Trade Representative that says the U.S. has minimal trade with North Korea. The U.S. Trade Representative says, well, look, Russia trade summary, U.S. Trade Representative. In 2025, U.S. goods traded with Russia totaled an estimated $4.4 billion. So there is some trade with Russia. You can actually go to the office of the trade representative, U.S. trade representative, and look up the different articles about different countries. I don't see North Korea on there, though. Let's see. Is it listed there? Doesn't even say North Korea. I don't know if we have trade with North Korea. I see one claim online that it's minimal. Anyways, that aside, for whatever it's worth, the U.S. Census site says trade with North Korea is basically zero. It's minimal. 2025, it's like $600,000 exports, 100,000 imports. That's what that site says, for what it's worth. Anyways, yes, President Trump said he would tariff countries 50% if they supply weapons to Iran today. However, as I mentioned, the Reuters article said they thought that was addressed toward China. Reuters talked to an expert who said it was addressed toward China, and who also said he didn't think that that Trump would put tariffs on China before his meeting with Xi Jinping in May. Also, it's unclear if China is actually supplying weapons to Iran. Thank you, Wes Downer. Wes Downer said, how could Wikipedia possibly know who's currently in charge in Iran? The major media surely doesn't know. So I think what you're referring to, Wes, is President Trump posted today saying that details that had been cited in the media about the points that Iran had proposed as the start of the negotiation are false. Just to show you here again, just to establish what he said. He said, numerous agreements, lists, letters, are being sent out by people that has absolutely nothing to do with the USA-Iran negotiation. In many cases, they are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse. They will be rapidly exposed after our federal investigation is completed. There is only one group of meaningful points that is acceptable to the U.S., and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. These are the points that are the basis on which we agreed to a ceasefire. He said it's very much like fake news CNN last night, headlining a source that had no power or authority to write a letter claiming great authority. So what I said is the letter that CNN, the message, what CNN quoted was an announcement a detailed announcement about the ceasefire agreement posted in Iranian state media by the Supreme National Security Council, which I went to Wikipedia just to get a summary of what that is, and they said it's the body that controls defense and national security policy of the country, which was mandated. It's a body mandated in the Iranian constitution. So as I understand what you're saying is, well, how do we know that they actually have influence in the country? Because if you look at what President Trump is saying here, he seems to be saying that the Supreme National Security Council has no power or authority in the country. I guess my point is, I'm not in Iran right now, but if the Supreme National Security Council has no power in the country, then there has been some kind of revolution or something there. I understand your point, which is we don't know exactly what's going on and who exactly has all the power in Iran, which I grant that, and I've seen experts say that. But I certainly don't think it's an unreasonable assumption to think that the Supreme National Security Council has some degree of power right now in Iran. So that's the point I was making. Thank you, Wes Downer. I really appreciate your support. And Wikipedia was not making any claims about who has power. I just went to Wikipedia to get a clarification on what that body is. Thank you, Fred Flintstone, for the membership. Thank you, Kevin Hansen from Norway. Thank you to RWR136. And I Am Charlie. I Am Charlie says Iran is the world's largest sponsor of terrorism. Thank you also, 1ACD. Yes, Trump reposted a statement last night which came from the foreign minister of Iran. That was one. There have been a number of statements from different Iranian officials or groups, government. Well, there's been the foreign minister has posted about it. The Speaker of Parliament has posted about the ceasefire. Supreme National Security Council posted about the ceasefire. The statements seem pretty consistent to me, though. I don't see these statements really strongly disagreeing about what they think is in the ceasefire. But yeah, there was a shorter statement by the foreign minister, a much shorter statement that Trump reposted last night. Nashinas, thank you. Nashinas says, President Trump, what are these 10 points you mentioned? Are you man enough to reveal some of them to the public, or are you just going to keep denying Iran's side of the story? Yeah, so a couple of our viewers have said tonight that they would like, if the U.S. is saying, well, the 10 points of the Iranian 10-point proposal that Trump said would form the basis of the negotiations, if it's not what Iran is saying it is, can you tell us what it is? There has been, President Trump said in his post today, we will be discussing them behind closed doors. So we have not gotten a 10-point list from the U.S. government claiming what the 10 points are. It's unclear what the U.S. feels those 10 points are. Thank you, Mr. Bebo. Thank you, Juan Cabrera. Thank you, Replitech, our member. Nashinas26, thank you. Nashinas thinks the ceasefire is going to lead to an even more terrible war in the coming days. I hope not. Thank you, Katie Kubiak, for the memberships. I appreciate that. And also, Crypto King, thanks for being a member. And Miss Curvy, thank you. Miss Curvy said Iranian forces shot down an Israeli drone this evening, causing a crash that killed a 7-year-old girl and injured 6 others, a local official tells Mer News Agency. So I don't know if that's true. If it was reported in Mer News Agency, I still don't know it's true. Iranian state media, like Mer News Agency, makes lots of claims. During the war, they've made all kinds of claims about attacking American ships and American planes and lots of other things. Many of them turn out to be false. That might be true. They frequently say they shot down U.S. drones. So I cannot speak to this specific occurrence. Again, I haven't checked Mer News. But again, as I've said on these streams before, I generally take stuff coming out of Iranian state media like that with a grain of salt because they don't have a great record of those kind of allegations of achievements of their military. Not to say they're always false. The first time we heard about the US F-15 getting shot down in Iran was Iranian state media. So I'm not saying they're always false, but they have clearly posted many claims that turned out to not be true. Thank you so much, Miss Curvy. I really appreciate all your support for the channel. What is this here? Hold on a second here. Faytux News mentioned a post. Where is this? An Iranian official posted something. Ebrahim Azizi, Faytux News mentioned this, who is the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian parliament. He said 30 minutes ago, once again, you have shown you don't understand the concept of a ceasefire, and only fire is what brings you to your senses, so you must wait for it. He also said 22 hours ago, there is no option but surrender to the great Iran. So it seems like he likes to... He also said in 50 years, the U.S. hasn't faced humiliation like this. Trump and his supporters, soldiers, are living the nightmare and calling it victory from the podium. So this, I mean, he seems to post pretty strong rhetoric on his account, this Iranian official. I also want to thank, sorry, I'm behind. Thank you to Anders Goranson and Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thank you. Also on Twitch, Kai Smooth, thanks for subscribing. Spencer Biohazard, thank you for subscribing. Oops, what did I do here? AM says it's going to be power plant and bridge day again. Paul Anderson's modding, by the way. Thanks to all of our mods. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thanks Diane Allworth, Barry Eisler for subscribing. Robert Real II. Let's see here. Shout out to... Roberts May Queen Beth Mythical for moderating. I appreciate that. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, our Twitch mods. LB Prairie on Matthew Kohai 3. Something else I wanted to talk about. And thanks also Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. Thank you. Something else I wanted to talk about was people had asked me about this yesterday, this whole War Powers Act thing. I wanted to mention that. Oh, also, thanks so much to Fred Witherow. Fred, that's really nice of you over there on X. I think he's on X now. Thanks, Fred, for your support for the channel. Let me just check updates here and make sure I'm not missing anything in the last couple minutes. Hang on one second here. Oman condemned strongly the Israeli attacks on Lebanese territories today. Hold on. If I can find this post here. Here, this is a statement from Oman. Oman condemns Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Remember, Oman is right here. Here's Oman right there. Oman. Across the water from Iran, next to Saudi Arabia and the UAE. So Oman says, the Foreign Ministry expresses the Sultanate of Oman's strong condemnation and denunciation of the Israeli occupation forces' attacks on the territory of the Lebanese Republic, describing them as war crimes and a flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty as well as the principles of international law and the Charter of the UN. Oman expresses its deep concern over the large number of casualties resulting from these brutal attacks. It calls on the international community to take action to deter and halt them and hold Israel fully responsible. I am looking here. I'm just checking because I haven't checked for updates in a few minutes. Hold on a second here. Yeah, here's another Iranian state media report about the this is a couple hours ago, about the Strait of Hormuz. This one is from Press TV, which is Iranian state media. They say the Strait of Hormuz has been fully closed, forcing oil tankers to turn back. They say maritime tracking data shows the oil tanker Aurora, which was heading towards the strait exit, suddenly changed course and made a 180-degree turn. We looked at this. We saw that. We went to marinetraffic.com and saw that track earlier. The maneuver. Yeah, this is the same basic report as the other state media report we read. But again, I cannot confirm. They claim that it turned around because the strait was closed. I cannot confirm that's why they turned around. Maybe they decided to try to go through, but didn't reach an agreement about, didn't contact the right people. Or maybe there was a disagreement over how much they were going to pay to go through if there was a payment. So I cannot confirm that it turned around. Like the way they make the sound is like, oh, they were heading there and then it was closed and that's why they turned around. And I don't know that that's what happened. It could be what happened. But just so you see what state media is reporting. The Wall Street Journal reported today that Iran is limiting it to 12 ships a day max during the ceasefire. and that they're going to charge each one to go through, and that in order to go through, you have to reach a payment agreement in advance and have to pay in cryptocurrency or Chinese yuan, and you have to arrange it with the Revolutionary Guard. That is what Wall Street Journal is reporting. And that's during the ceasefire. Now, what is this? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Actually, I don't know if I want to mention that now. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Thank you also to Mark Ellis and Bloomsdale and Hex Docta and Hex Docta again. Thank you. User KR. User KR thinks this whole thing on the U.S. side has been disastrous. That's what User KR thinks. Meanwhile, Stephen Bryanez says, I am totally perplexed by this situation. Thank you, Stephen. Also, thanks to Jordan Desbians. And Juan Cabrera. And Replitech. And Mr. Bebo. Hey, can we... I want to talk about this because several viewers brought this up yesterday. And we didn't actually discuss it. And I wasn't that well researched on it. But I wanted to talk about... I was reading up about it a little bit last night. I want to talk about it a little more. So... this is several viewers, if you remember, for those of you watching yesterday, several viewers asked something like, hey, at least two viewers asked, now that there's a ceasefire, does this reset the amount of time Trump has before having to get approval from Congress to either continue the war, and if he doesn't get approval, end the war? I know that might sound a little confusing. So I wanted to mention that. And I was thinking I might look up a couple things on AI. And actually, conveniently, our sponsor today is Venice AI. So I might look up a couple things on Venice AI. But I just want to address that point because we talked about it. And get clear on that. So I think what the viewers were referring to is the War Powers Act of 1973. Okay? It's actually an interesting question. So let's just mention what this is. Okay, so here's a summary. But Venice AI, private, unbiased, uncensored AI. I'll say a little more about that later. But this is Venice AI. So I said, what is the War Powers Act of 1973? The War Powers Resolution of 1973 is a federal law designed to link the president's power, to limit the president's power to commit U.S. forces to armed conflict. I'm so bad at reading. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 is a federal law designed to limit the president's power to commit U.S. forces to armed conflict without congressional approval. It was passed over President Nixon's veto during the Vietnam War era. Key provisions include the president must notify Congress within 48 hours of committing armed forces to military action. Forces must be withdrawn from hostilities within 60 days unless Congress declares war, extends the 60-day period, or is unable to meet due to an armed attack on the United States. So this is what viewers were asking about yesterday. They were saying, hey, because the war started on February 28th, so what day are we on now? If I just, March is 31 days. Roughly speaking, we're about, what, 47 days in, 40 days in or something? 40 days or so? So we're getting close to the deadline now, but there's a ceasefire. So if there's a ceasefire and then fighting begins again, the reviewers were saying, is that a new conflict? Or is the 60-day clock still ticking? Okay. So that's something I was wondering about. I'm going to say more about that in a second here. Venice says the resolution has been controversial, with critics arguing it violates the president's constitutional authority as commander-in-chief, while supporters contend it's necessary to prevent presidents from unilaterally engaging in prolonged military conflicts. Many presidents have considered the resolution unconstitutional while still generally complying with its reporting requirements. Now, I'm going to ask, I don't know what it's going to have to say about this. I'm going to ask, does the current ceasefire in Iran, in the Iran war, reset the 60-day deadline? I'll see what it has to say. I don't know the answer to this question. I was reading some of this last night. Let's see here. So I asked, does the current ceasefire in the Iran war reset the 60-day deadline? So Venice AI said there is significant debate about whether a ceasefire resets the 60-day deadline under the War Powers Resolution. This debate centers on how to interpret the resolution's language regarding hostilities and whether temporary pauses in fighting should affect the withdrawal timeline. One position holds the ceasefire does not reset the 60-day clock because the underlying authorization for military action remains in effect. I'm not going to get into all the specifics here. The debate is particularly relevant in the current Iran conflict, with the 60-day deadline approaching around April 28th to 29th, 2026, with no congressional authorization granted. They say the Trump administration has not explicitly stated its position on whether the ceasefire affects this timeline, though it has reported to Congress as required under the resolution. Anyways, without getting into a big constitutional law discussion, I at least wanted to address this question. I'm going to take some comments on this too, but I wanted to address this question that was brought up yesterday by a couple of viewers about whether, it's an interesting question, whether the ceasefire resets the 60-day timeline for the president needing approval to go beyond 60 days with military, when you use military forces. Specifically when you, when you're using military forces for some action that has not been authorized previously by Congress. By the way, I will say this: in Venice AI and other AIs, they can make mistakes. The Venice one gives you citations that you can look up the articles where you can get it from, where it's quoting from, or where it's researching from. So I would always encourage you, if you use AI for something, try to get a feel for the sources it's using, and you can go check the original sources too. But I want to mention that. Anyways, I want to take some of your comments on this, and there may be a vote at some point in the coming weeks by Congress on whether to grant authority to the president or not, I think. That's all. I have to follow all that stuff and read up on all that stuff. But I think it's an interesting question. Anyways, really quick, before I take your comments on this, I do want to thank Venice AI for being a sponsor. And I do want to mention that, really quick, there's Venice AI right there, before going on to a different topic. Venice AI is private, uncensored, unbiased AI. It keeps your conversations private, completely private on your device. Nothing is stored, monitored, or collected. And also, just to mention this, it is uncensored. You can ask it anything without content restrictions or censorship, and it does not censor or filter the AI's responses. The platform remains neutral and unbiased, and you can try it for free. If you want to check it out, it's free. You can try it for free at venice.ai/agenda-free, venice.ai/agenda-free. And if you feel like it, you can get 20% off of a pro plan by using the code agenda-free. So thank you to them. And let me go back, and I will post that in the chat, the link I just mentioned. Hold on a second. Where is this? And I got to take your comments too. But it's an interesting topic. I'm sorry I was not better prepared yesterday when I was asked about the topic, but I started doing some reading on it last night. One moment here, and I will put that link in the chat for you. And we'll take some of your comments. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted. There it is. Right. Venice.ai/agenda-free is the link. I just posted it in the chat. Okay, now. Husband Unit says, I don't understand how presidential authority for use of military is written with more holes than a bad HR policy. You know, one thing that was interesting I was reading about last night is, the Constitution says that the president is the commander in chief, right? But the Constitution also, I don't want to get this wrong. The Constitution also says Congress holds the exclusive power to declare war, raise and support armies, maintain a navy, and make rules for the military. Let me just find this here. It's Article 1, Section 8. Clause 11. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. Do I have that right? I'm trying to get the actual text. The Constitution, there it is. Yes, Section 8, Congress shall have the power to declare war. Anyways, it's a whole interesting issue, the Congress versus president. Powers of conducting war. Randy Snarsh says maybe Trump wants Congress to stop the war, so he can say it was not me that ended this war in this way. Blame those incompetent Congress members. By the way, I'm seeing an article today from Reuters that says U.S. Senate to vote on resolution to curb Trump's Iran war powers. And Reuters reports, U.S. lawmakers will try again next week to pass a resolution to halt the Iran war and force Donald Trump to obtain Congress's approval for any further attacks, said Chuck Schumer, Democratic Senate leader, today. Chuck Schumer said Congress must reassert its authority, especially at this dangerous moment. The White House says Trump's actions are legal and his right, within his rights as commander-in-chief to protect the U.S. by ordering limited military operations. Democrats in the Senate and House of Representatives have tried and repeatedly failed in recent months to pass war powers resolutions to force Trump to obtain lawmakers' authorization before launching military operations. Trump's fellow Republicans in Congress, who hold slim majorities in the Senate and the House, have almost unanimously backed his policies. Although the U.S. Constitution says Congress, not the president, can declare war, that restriction does not apply for short-term operations or if the country faces an immediate threat. So I'm a little confused because the article says that Democrats want to pass something saying that Trump has to go to Congress for this. But would they have to try to argue that this military action is not a short-term operation or immediate threat? So maybe this gets really into the weeds here. But reading this article, it seems to be that maybe the president is allowed to conduct operations, military operations without congressional authority under certain circumstances, like immediate threat, but at least for a short time. But maybe the Democrats in Congress would argue that, well, this was not an immediate threat, so he does not have the right to do it without congressional approval, or something like that. It gets to be a complicated topic. Idiots Insane thinks he needs to end it in 60 days or less. Brittany Yates said Channel 14 Israel said there could be a collapse of the ceasefire tonight on Iran's part. I'll have to look up and see what I can find out about that, if I find something about it. Look what the Prime Minister of Israel said today. Among other things, he said, Netanyahu, regarding the enriched material still remaining in Iran, as senior Trump administration officials said today, all the enriched nuclear material will leave Iran. Either it will leave by agreement or it will leave by the resumption of fighting. We see eye to eye on this matter. I mean, I don't know how Iran feels about that. Dr. Prepper says he has 90 days. So I think there might be 30 extra days if he says that he needs the extra time to bring them back safely. I have to look this up. I think that might be what it is. Oh, here it is. Look. Uh-oh, that's the summary of the actual act. Text. It's like 6 pages long. Here it is. War Powers Resolution from House.gov. Now, can I find the 90-day... I'll post a link to this in the chat if you want to look it up. I'm posting a link to the actual text of it. Is that what did I do? Is it the right thing? I hope I posted the right link. Yeah, 1973. Well, I don't know. Actually, that might have not been the right thing. I wanted to get you just the text of the 1973 resolution. Sorry, I think I posted the wrong link. Where is the text? Okay, I'm going to post a link with the text that I got from the Congress website. I just posted it. What it says, among other things, is within 60 calendar days. Where's the thing about the extra 30 days? I'm going really, like, I'm trying to read through the text here. Yeah, there's a 30-day withdrawal period, I think it is. The extra day, the 30 days on top of the 60 days, I believe allows for a safe and prompt removal of forces. I think. I don't want to get too caught up on this. It'll become a whole stream about the War Powers Resolution, as interesting as it is. Section 5B, I guess that's where it is. Where's 5B? Section 5B. Such a 60-day period shall be extended for not more than an additional 30 days if the President determines and certifies to Congress in writing that unavoidable military necessity respecting the safety of U.S. armed forces requires the continued use of such forces in the course of bringing about a prompt removal of such forces. Without lingering on this, there is the text. That's where it says, in addition to the 60-day period, it can be extended for not more than an additional 30 days if the President determines and certifies to Congress in writing that unavoidable military necessity respecting the safety of the United States Armed Forces requires the continued use of such armed forces in the course of bringing about a prompt removal of such forces. Okay. Yes. Sickborg says it is written so vaguely he has another 30 days, basically, as long as he writes some arbitrary letter. That's how Sickborg describes it. That would put the deadline at like the end of May. What am I checking here? Some viewers have mentioned some things. Shin reports that there was a Tomahawk missile in Khuzestan province, Iran. That's unconfirmed. I follow Shin for reports from Iran. Craig Davey thinks the strait will be open Thursday, Friday, but all ships have to go through a toll and pay loads of money to pass. As I mentioned before, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran will let a during the ceasefire, and that you would have to pay to get any ship through, and you'd have to pay crypto or Chinese yuan, and you'd have to deal with the Revolutionary Guard to arrange it. And but remember, Iranian state media has said today that oil tankers are not allowed to go through as of now because of what happened in Lebanon. I have to go check that up. I have to check Iranian state media. Press TV says the Strait of Hormuz has been fully closed, forcing oil tankers to turn back. Well, that just says fully closed. That was a few hours ago they said that. Oh, I want to mention something else here. Let me show you. So, Iranian state media Fars reports that in the early hours of the day, 2 oil tankers identified as being owned by Iran passed through the Strait of Hormuz. A tanker belonging to the Chinese fleet also safely passed through the strait. Everyone was waiting for other tankers to pass, but minutes after Israel's massive attack on Lebanon and violation of the ceasefire agreement, all ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz was halted. That is from Iran state media about an hour ago. It should be noted that a ship was planning to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, changed its course near the strait, and was forced to turn back. The number of ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz today stopped at 3, while last week up to 17 had passed through the strait with Iran's permission. That is what Iran state media Fars News said happened today. So they said 3 went through. They claim it's 2 Iranian ships and 1 Chinese ship. And to repeat, the ship they're referring to that turned back is the Aurora. That is a oil products tanker. And as you can see here on marinetraffic.com, that ship was heading today towards the Strait of Hormuz, and it just turned around at the end there. If I can zoom in a little bit here. There's the Strait of Hormuz. So that was about 2 p.m. Eastern time there. Then it got here. That was about 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. And then it just turned around and basically stopped. Did their check bounce? Said Austin Batman. So the state media claims that it happened because Iran shut the strait and said you can't go through. Who has operational control? Magaman says it's Iranian Revolutionary Guard right now, apparently. Where was the ship from? We looked this up before. It is a tanker that has it's under the flag of Panama. It was headed toward Oman. I don't know who owns it, but it was under the flag of Panama. Let's see. By the way, thanks so much to Haley Girl for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Also, Sir Racha, thank you. Sir Racha thinks the ceasefire looks increasingly like a narrative setup. If Iran is blamed for breaking it, it creates the perfect justification for escalation. We have seen this playbook before. So Sir Racha thinks that the ceasefire is a setup to blame Iran and then for breaking it and then escalate. Thank you, Crime Trial Addict, who says, anybody think this is just for U.S. to refuel and do the ground invasion? Wow. Thank you, John Turpin. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. She said she got a couple of wrong answers when she was using an AI for something. You know, it can definitely happen. So I try to, as I said before, I think AI can be great, and I use it a lot, but it can make mistakes. So I do recommend, double checking things. Thank you so much, Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate your support. Also, Keena B442. Oh. Thank you, Nashinas. Nashinas actually uses a bot, Venice AI, and enjoys it. So that's cool. Good to hear. Thank you, Nashinas. And thanks for the note. Nashinas 26. Hanno Griffith, thanks for being a member. Drew Turner, thanks for being a member. Butter Noodles, thanks for being a supporter. Patricia Grace, thank you. McDougat says the oil company is mad that Trump agreed to allow Iran to levy tolls. They're hammering him right now. I saw some sort of article about this. So Trump had mentioned tolls today at some point. Hold on, where was this? Didn't he mention the idea of the U.S. and Iran doing it together at some point? Oh, I also forgot to talk about the pipeline in Saudi Arabia. Where was that report about the tolls? He said he was considering joint tolls. I found it. Jonathan Karl talked to him today. That's what it was. So Jonathan Karl of ABC, I had reposted this on my X account. Jonathan Karl of ABC said, this morning, I asked Trump if he's okay with Iranians charging a toll for all ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. He told me there may be a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls. He said, we're thinking of doing it as a joint venture. It's a way of securing it. Also securing it from lots of other people. It's a beautiful thing. Now, later in the day, I believe that the press secretary said that's actually not the White House position, and their position is no tolls. I think. You know, I see some of the comments by her today. So I have to, maybe a little later, I'm going to show you some of the questions she answered today. I'd like to play that at some point so we can get her exact language. I believe she said that collecting tolls is not something we've said we've definitely accepted. The joint venture is something that was proposed by the president. So I don't want to put words in her mouth, so maybe we can play that a little later. Oh, but then I thought I had seen some article somewhere claiming that some oil companies weren't happy about this, but I'm not sure. Oh, also, let me do this real quick. I saw another report. Thanks to Maria Graciela Cordero for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. And hold on a moment here. Okay, so Financial Times is reporting that Iran demands crypto fees for ships passing through the Hormuz during the ceasefire. Okay, that is being reported today by Financial Times. Wall Street Journal said that Iran was saying that ships had to pay in either crypto or Chinese yuan. Whereas Financial Times is reporting that Iran will demand the companies pay in crypto for oil tankers. And an Iranian spokesperson for the Oil, Gas, and Petrochemical Products Exporters Union told Financial Times Iran wants to collect tolls from any tanker. Again, Iran did say today that the strait was closed after the Israeli attacks on Lebanon. But they also talked about, generally speaking, during the ceasefire, wanting to charge every ship. And the Financial Times says that ships, generally Western ship owners, they're waiting for details about how it's going to work with the Strait of Hormuz and what the terms are. And no vessels tried to go through the pass through the strait apart from 2 linked to Iran, said Financial Times. Iranian state media said 3 vessels came through today, 2 Iranian vessels and 1 Chinese vessel were allowed through. So look, I mean, this is obviously a big long-term issue too. You know, seems like Iran wants to stay in control. They said it last night on state media in their posts about the Supreme National Council post about the ceasefire. They say that they want Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. Looks like they want to be able to put tolls on ships. Is that something that the rest of the world and President Trump are going to try to make them stop? I don't know. But again, according to Financial Times, Iran is demanding crypto fees. For the ships passing through during the ceasefire. Susie Q says, can crypto be detected if they collect tolls? Can the spending be detected? I mean, in theory, I know crypto is done on a private ledger, so maybe people could see the payments online somewhere. But if you're asking, could they be clawed back or something by law enforcement or something? I know in some cases, law enforcement has seized crypto, but I mean, in a case like this, if some other country somehow, I don't know, well, how would this work? I don't even know if that's realistic to work. I know law enforcement does it sometimes. But if somebody tried to seize their crypto somehow, is that even realistic to think of? I'd have to look that up. Then you're asking for trouble in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know how it works when law enforcement seizes crypto. That I would have to look up. They can only, you mean from, some of our viewers mentioned exchanges. Wyatt says they can only seize crypto from exchanges or in person. So is the idea, good luck does says you can only seize if you have the keys. Which makes sense. Let's see here. Anyways, I don't know that the viewer was asking about this. Yes, so if the crypto is not held, if it's held on an exchange, they could go to the exchange. Also, interesting. I guess if there's a private, if they can get the private key somehow. I'm seeing online that there could be, they could do a search of somebody's stuff to try to find their key or look through their laptop or phone or something like that. Anyways. The camera moved. I'm not aware of a new, didn't see a new strike, but let me see what happened. I know a lot of you guys know way more about crypto than me. Hold on a second here. Oh, there was a new strike, I think. I think there was a new strike. Did you guys see anything? Did you guys actually see anything? Oh, I have another, well, that's not the Beirut feed I want. Hold on. I'm seeing some reporting suggesting there might have been another strike. Did you guys see anything there? Smoke? Was there a off-screen flash? There was a flash off-screen, but some people are saying no. All right, hold on a second. I got to check in on this. Let me just check something here. Oh, is that it right there? There it is right there. That's smoke. The smoke right there. Right? Yes? Yes? I think that's what it is. Right over here. I can try to rewind it on my own stream and see what it. Let me rewind here. John wants to stay in. Let me rewind off camera and see what I see before it came back. I see smoke. I see the smoke. Yes. So it was off screen because look, I'll show you. If we go back a second and I put on here our broadcast, there I am. Well, this is moments ago. And if I play this, so look at I'll put the audio up. You'll hear me talking. If the crypto is not held, if it's held on an exchange, about crypto, they could go to the exchange. Okay, see, and also, then the camera pans over. I just killed the audio, but the camera pans over, and then the smoke is back there. I don't think we saw the flash on camera. I think the flash was off camera, and then it panned over, and now we're seeing. Yeah, I just turned off the sound from the replay. I'm live. It's confusing. I am live here, but the video is from moments ago. I was just trying to see if anybody saw a flash. I'm replaying this video again. Look on the right there. Do you see a flash before it pans over? I'm looking at the right of the screen right now. I did not see anything, so maybe there was a bright. Was it before? Did I not rewind it enough? Could have been. I rewound it more to see if we see anything. This is the rewound video. I haven't seen anything yet. A bunch of people are saying no. A bunch of people are saying no. 150.25? That would be 7 minutes previously. 7 minutes before? I don't think that was it. Oh no, 150. I see what you're saying. 150.25 on the recorded. Okay, I see that. Let's go. Let's try that. Okay, hold on. There was. Wow. We saw it. Great eye. Thanks for mentioning it in the chat. Great job, chat. Watch this right here. Watch this. This is a replay. Great catch. I missed that. So look at the right side of your screen. Looks like they want to be able to put tolls on ships. Right there. Wow. You see that? Do we hear it or not? Is that something that the rest of the world and President Trump are going to try to make them stop? Listen. I don't know. You know, the sound but again, was not according that high. To Financial Times, I don't know. We definitely heard make them stop. That's some put the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. I'm going to turn the audio off. You could hear a little sound. I didn't have it super high, but it also wasn't super high. But yes, you could hear some sound of it. But this was a great catch by our viewers. Whoever posted that in the chat, thank you. Look at the right here. Look on the right. There it is. So you did see it was off camera, but you saw a big flash. So that was another strike. And I believe that's the southern suburbs of Beirut. Another strike right there. And then it panned over and you saw smoke. Eventually it panned over and there was smoke there. There's the smoke right there. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to the live shot. Okay, now that's live right there. Now remember, Israel says and the U.S. say Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. But Iran and Pakistan say Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. Donna Simmons, our viewer, says, the peace plan, it's properly been translated. She thinks maybe there's a translation issue. Yeah, I don't know, you know. There's clearly disagreements over what's been agreed to here. Donna sounds like she's wondering if it was a problem with translations. I mean, you'd think they'd be able to do good translations of it, so I don't know. You know, I think that's what Donna's saying. But, you know, the question of whether it applies to Lebanon would seem to be a pretty important question. So, at a certain point, they might have just said, we want to have let's just do a ceasefire and we'll just agree to not agree. And then we can just come out with our own versions of it. But, I mean, it's hard to believe that they understood it different ways. You know, to me, it's more likely that both sides decided that they were okay with a pause while at the same time knowing that they didn't agree. Maybe just the brute fact of a pause served both their purposes, so they agreed to it. But I have a hard time they walked out of there really thinking like, oh, the other side agrees with me about all these things, and then later they're like, hey, they don't agree. I mean, you never know, though. You never know what was said in the room. Caleb, our viewer, thinks no way it was a miscommunication. Now, Caleb says it's probably assumed that Lebanon would be included since they were fighting together. I mean, it's possible that one or more sides broke the thing. That's true. But it's also possible, well, I don't know. The Lebanon thing is kind of strange. You'd think if Iran felt that strongly about it, then they wouldn't just sort of agree to just disagree about it. But then the question is like, did Israel really think? Did they really leave the room agreeing on Lebanon not being part of it, and then Israel just launches their biggest attack on Lebanon during the war? That's kind of strange too. Yeah, I know, Xylee, that the Pakistani prime minister said it was part of Israel. Lebanon was part of the agreement. We talked about that earlier, but again, there's what's agreed to in private and what's said in public, and those can be different things. So I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the things were just left unagreed to, but I mean, the Lebanon seems like kind of a big thing to not have complete agreement on. So we just saw a few minutes ago we have seen during our broadcast 2 strikes by Israel in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I mean, so obviously, Israel is still not under any kind of impression that the ceasefire is restricting them from hitting Lebanon, because we just saw another strike in Lebanon a few minutes ago. Here is Lebanon says the latest airstrike targeted Maroun Mosque Street, Al-Shia in the southern suburbs. they posted an interesting video which shows anti-aircraft fire, it appears, going up while the explosion was happening. I posted a link to it in the chat. Thank you, Amplicity, who says, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but on flight radar, there has been many U.S. tankers circling near Tel Aviv, possible U.S. involvement, not 100%. You know, Implicity, some of our viewers last night were saying, hey, after the ceasefire, you know, we still see these refueling tankers flying around, which was interesting. I mean, something some people were saying is, a thought some people had is, well, these refueling tankers are up there so that, you know, planes can go carry out strikes in Iran if they need to. But, you know, one thing is that someone said is, well, if Iran breaks the ceasefire, the U.S. and Israel might want to be ready to, you know, attack them. Also, look, I mean, if you're the Israel and the U.S., you might think, well, maybe there's a chance Iran's going to start firing missiles again, and you might want to keep planes over there to try to attack them before they get fired or right after they get fired, just like you would before. So, you know, there very well could be all kinds of U.S. and Israeli planes flying over the area ready to take action, which need to be refueled, which aren't actually attacking right now. That's just a thought. We were talking about that last night. You know, rather than stopping flying any kind of aircraft in the area. It's possible that having aircraft overhead ready to attack is something that restrains Iran from firing more missiles, for example. So if you just stop flying them over there, just a thought, maybe that's seen as like, you know, too dangerous. Now, I'm looking right now at Flight Radar. We saw some tankers last night. I haven't been looking during the day today. I don't know what the tanker situation has been. There's a tanker right there. You know, people are tracking that, so. I haven't been looking. I don't know if the Flight Radar for the track, if there's been fewer tankers flying around or what. Crooktown supporter says couple of Stratotankers over Tel Aviv, a few transporter planes around the area. Thank you, Amplicity, for bringing up the topic. Just Facts, thanks for your support. Chilbo says, thank you. Chilbo says, war without aim becomes self-destruction. Thanks, Goldie Shannon, for the memberships. Very kind of you. Also, Thomas P. 0419, who's given so many memberships. Thank you, Thomas P. Really appreciate it. Also, thank you to Slavs King over on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing. Rage Quit Writer, thanks for gifting a sub. Rage Quit Writer. And Mick Mavericks, thanks for subbing on Twitch. Odd Giant, thanks for subbing on Twitch. Bad Karma said there was a wrong link. The Venice AI link was wrong? Really? I'll post it again. Let me check that. Really? No one else said anything. Doesn't mean it wasn't wrong. Let me look. I'm looking here. Oh no. So I posted, what happened is, when I posted the Venice AI link, it's part of a sentence. So after it, there's a period after it. So I think maybe to make it easier, I should just maybe post 2 lines or something and not have a period. Because I think somebody tried to use the link, but there was a period after it because it was the end of a sentence. I'm going to try this one time. Feel free to ignore this post. I'm just going to see what it looks like when I post the Venice AI link, but on 2 lines rather than with a sentence. All right, I'm just, as a test, feel free to ignore this post. This is from earlier in the stream, this link. But I wanted to see, all right, there's the link right there. Let's see, did it work? I'm going to try the link myself. If I can. Yes, it worked. That worked. Okay, so maybe because I had a period after it messed things up. Okay. Anyways, let's carry on. Thanks to our viewer for messaging that. I'll make a note of that for next time. Okay, that was Bad Karma. Thanks, Bad Karma, for mentioning it. Also, Jen Junkie, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And Lavrance, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Kai Smooth, thanks for subscribing. And Spencer Biohazard. Did I thank Jay Arlington already? I think so, but thanks, Jay Arlington. Also, shout out to our moderators. We have Leslie Ladyhawk, Ruth, over there on YouTube, Beth Mythical, huge thanks. And also on Facebook. Facebook acts so weird these days. It really does. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Andrea Holder. Linda Belclary and Misha, who moderate for us on X, on Twitch, our moderators there. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3. Huge thanks. Thanks to our Facebook subscribers, Diane Allworth, for example, Mal, and Robert Rial II, and Barry Eisler, and Dolly Clark. And our Twitch subscribers, let me shout them out. Allistic, Strong One, Wall Street Shaggy, Mr. Bigley Incredible, Susan CHF, Midtown Mike Odd Giant, who else? Slavs King, Wisco Joe. Wisco Joe, thanks for subscribing. McMavericks, Rage Quit Writer, Giant, Bad Karma, Fru Cartoffine, Ma Florida. Hugh J, Guy from KC, Seed Music. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers. It is, and also, quickly, I want to mention too, Black Cat 2107, thank you so much for the memberships. Very nice of you. And Indy Last, thanks for being a member. And Tormented Tantalus, thanks for your support. Tormented Tantalus believes that it is standard USAF and USN operating procedures to have round-the-clock combat air patrols in active combat zones to guard against the very scenario you talked about. Like, for example, Iran bringing out a bunch of missile launchers all of a sudden or something. Perhaps. Thank you so much for your support, Tormented Tantalus. 2:13 a.m. Iran time. I believe that makes it 1:43 a.m. Beirut time. Oops, hold on a second here. Faytux News posted a photo and said, looks like an entire building. It was leveled in one of the new strikes. I think the strike we saw a few minutes ago in Beirut, southern suburbs. I'll post a link to Faytux News' post. And Faytux Network claimed it was a 5-story building that was leveled. And yes, I am seeing photos here from the building. Wow. That's kind of a crazy photo. Well, I'm going to post this one actually. Reported photo from newest Israeli airstrike in Beirut's southern suburbs minutes ago. It's kind of a striking photo. I just posted a photo on my X account, which my X account is pinned in the chat. This is Leb News. It's like a giant. It's like a giant crater in the ground, gigantic, and it looks like maybe a building has been just destroyed. But it's quite something. It's quite a huge. A photo of big destruction. I'll post a link in the chat. I just posted a link. You can see it on my X account too. My X account is pinned in the chat. But it's a huge crater. Like the crater is the size of the building. Remember, Israel, the pipeline, I got to mention the pipeline. Thank you, Janet, for mentioning that. That's a huge story that came out today, and I think it's gotten very little attention. I definitely wanted to mention the pipeline. Saudi Arabia uses a pipeline to get oil to the other side of the country so they can ship it out. And reportedly, the pipeline was attacked today, which is enormous in theory. I mean, I don't know how much damage was done, but just the fact that Iran could be starting to do that. Hang on, just give me a moment. Yeah, so, for example, Reuters reported that Iran attacked Saudi Arabia's east-west oil pipeline hours after the ceasefire agreement. That's its only crude oil export route. Because they can't send oil. Let's go to our map here. So Saudi Arabia, they can't send oil out through the Persian Gulf because it would need to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's being blocked. Now they have a pipeline that allows them to send out oil on the other side of the country, move it across the country, and then I think it's at Yanbu here is where I believe that's where they send it out from. But if that pipeline gets hit, then they can no longer send the oil to Yanbu, I believe. if that pipeline gets destroyed or damaged. So that pipeline, I don't know if it comes up, if you say Saudi pipeline, will it come up on Google Maps? I don't think so. But it's the east-west pipeline, and it got attacked by Iran today, according to an industry source. That pipeline is diverting around 7 million barrels a day from the oil heartland in the east to the port of Yanbu. So it's taking the oil, about 7 million barrels a day, from where the oil is drilled and shipping it across the country through the pipeline. Flows through the pipeline are expected to be affected, the source said, adding damage was being assessed. Now, I'll see if there's any more information on this. This would be an enormous, if that pipeline had to stop operating, that would be an enormous piece of news and have a huge effect, because that's the way Saudi Arabia is getting its oil out right now. Reuters says that Aramco uses about 2 million of the 7 million barrel per day capacity for domestic use. So roughly about 5 million barrels per day is used per export from Yanbu. And I think there's some other reporting on it, but it's the Wall Street Journal reported on it. Bloomberg reported on it. The Wall Street Journal says that the flow has been affected, but there's no specifics. Bloomberg didn't have specifics. Financial Times said a pumping station was hit, and it was attacked by a drone. And a person told the Financial Times that they hope the flow is not affected because they have backup pumping stations, but they're still looking into it. So it's unclear what kind of damage has happened with that pipeline. No comment from the state oil company that owns the pipeline. So we really don't know right now what the specific damage was to that pipeline and how much the flow might have been reduced. And another question is, if Iran did that now, are they going to do it again? But no comment from the Saudi Aramco, the state-owned oil company that owns and operates the pipeline. That's according to Financial Times. Bloomberg said the details are not public, and Saudi Aramco did not comment. That's a big deal. That would have a big impact on the market if Saudi Arabia couldn't export oil. Trying to find out Okay, I am seeing that the U.S. Energy Information Association says total global oil exports are about 40 million barrels per day, covering both crude oil and refined products. The top exporter is Saudi Arabia, around 6 million barrels a day. But my understanding is if that pipeline was hit, if the pipeline wasn't working, they basically wouldn't be able to export oil. Yeah, Saudi Arabia about 6 million. Here it is. Oil exports per day, 2024, Wikipedia. Saudi Arabia, 6 million. Russia, around 4.5 million. United States, 4 million. If you add all this up, it's about 40 million. So imagine if Saudi Arabia just couldn't export oil anymore. Seems like that's a big chunk. So it would be a huge thing if that pipeline was seriously damaged. What's the source on the pipeline attack? Reuters, Financial Times, Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal. They're all reporting it. And I think they all basically say that they talked to people, but they didn't quote people. But they all have articles on it. Yeah, Wall Street Journal talked to people familiar with the matter. So they know who they're talking to. Hang on a moment. Anyways, that bears watching, not just for what is damages right now, but I mean, will Iran attack it again? It's weird. I thought that story to me should get a lot more attention. It would just have an enormous impact on the oil market, I believe. What is the current deficit? Like 10 million barrels or something? Or 15? Deficit of oil. I think Strait of Hormuz is something like 20 million barrels a day of oil and products go through, but some of it's been, for example, Saudi Arabia has taken some of that and then shifted it somewhere else to ship out. I am seeing one estimate. Okay. One article from KPLER says that export volumes from the Middle East have fallen about 8 million barrels a day, and refinery run about 11 million barrels per day has been cut from exports or from production. They say export volumes have fallen by about 8 million barrels a day, and refinery run cuts are adding 3 million barrels a day to the supply. Basically, supply is down by about 11 million barrels per day. And Saudi Arabia is exporting about 5 million barrels a day. So if you cut that out, or 5 to 6 million a day. So if you cut that out, that'd be a huge additional amount of shortfall. So don't sleep on that story. That's a huge story. Thank you to John Turpin, who says you can never trust terrorist ceasefire will fail or will fall. Thank you to News Nation. What do you mean by this, News Nation? Hold on. News Nation said any more fire fingers launched today? I don't know what you mean by that. The last time Iran launched missiles at Israel was, I think, about roughly 24 hours ago. That's also something to keep an eye on. Thank you, News Nation. Also, our viewer, the Orba one, says all this ceasefire will do is allow Iran to replenish stocks from allies as well as being able to move weapons around the country. Now, I will say this. Remember, Israel a couple days ago, or was it yesterday, they attacked a number of different railway bridges in the country. So I don't know how that'll affect them moving things around. Thanks so much to Tormented Tantalus, who said if Saudi Arabia was not able to export oil, it would be catastrophic to the global economy. Aramco is not making a statement, likely because they're informing major world powers through their channels about what's happened. Yeah, it's very interesting that there's no statement from them. I don't know if it's a security thing too. You know, Saudi Arabia, a lot of these Gulf countries, they really don't give much public information about Iranian attacks. Maybe some of it's domestic politics, but maybe some of it also is not wanting to, tell Iran how successful their attacks are or something. I don't know. But no statement that I've seen from them. I'm sure in the U.S. government, there's a lot of concern about this, even though it's not making huge headlines today. Also, thanks to E1991M, E1991M, who thinks Iran realized Trump's threat to target their power infrastructure was too costly to risk. And E1991 thinks everything they're doing now is just to save face. Pure PR to pretend they still hold power in the negotiations. So our viewer E1991M thinks Iran doesn't really hold power in the negotiations. Now, someone, to play devil's advocate, might say, well, what about them controlling the Strait of Hormuz? It's this question, though, I don't know what was talked about in the negotiations. We were talking about this last night. I mean, if Iran was basically just told, we're going to have a ceasefire for 2 weeks, and they weren't forced to agree to concessions. Well, if you're Iran, that probably sounds pretty good. That just means you're not attacked for 2 weeks. But maybe they did, commit to concede some things that we don't know about. Thank you so much, E1991M. I appreciate your support. Yeah, and the question as to how much Trump's threats, what did the regime think about Trump's threats? That's a great question. I don't know. And how did that shape? How does that shape their going forward? It's a good question. Dan Lampkin says, how do we know Iran did this attack on the pipeline? Well, Iran has been launching strike. First of all, Iran has been launching strikes. They've launched a bunch of strikes on Kuwait today. We were talking about this. Also, the UAE came out and said Iran has launched a bunch of missiles and drones. So, they haven't been sticking to a strict ceasefire. The UAE said that today Iran launched 17 ballistic missiles and 35 drones at them. Kuwait says 28 drones were launched at them after the ceasefire. We don't, and Dan asked about pics of damage. Dan, Saudi Arabia, you just don't see this stuff. I think maybe you're not allowed to post this stuff if you're in Saudi Arabia. But places like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and other countries in the region, some other countries, you rarely see photos or videos of the damage. Rarely. They tend to be very tight with this stuff. Thanks, Dan, for writing in. I mean, I don't know who would attack it, but Saudi Arabia is the logical target. But, I mean, again, is the logical culprit. But, all these different news outlets like Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal, they know who they're talking to. And they feel that these sources are reliable, that this was a drone from Saudi, an Iranian attack. Again, when an outlet like the Financial Times or Bloomberg or Wall Street Journal says they're hearing from people familiar with the matter, they know who they're talking to. They know who the people are. The people haven't agreed to have their names put to it. But these are people who, these publications, who specialize in news about the economy, they know these people, who they are, and they all feel confident enough to report this. AP reports that, 'cause, 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 ' A group of new accounts on Polymarket, a group of new accounts on the prediction market Polymarket made highly specific, well-timed bets on whether the U.S. and Iran would reach a ceasefire on April 7th, resulting in hundreds of thousands of dollars in profits for these new customers. See, it says here, newly created Polymarket accounts bet big on U.S.-Iran ceasefire in hours before Trump's announcement. Now, I understand that, some people might have bet both ways on it anyway, because there was a deadline coming up. But I think a point they're making is they're saying these are new accounts. They say an analysis of publicly available blockchain data from Polymarket shows at least 50 accounts or wallets placed substantial yes bets Tuesday before Trump announced the ceasefire. One of these wallets, created Tuesday at around 10 a.m. ET, placed roughly $72,000 in bets. Another that joined the platform the day before shows a win of $125,000. Another wallet created 12 minutes before Trump's post made $32,000. Now, again, maybe none of these had inside information. We thought that we were following the news last night. It seemed like a ceasefire might be coming. Anyways, AP says the trading pattern of newly created Polymarket accounts, placing strategic, well-timed bets mirrors earlier episodes on the platform. Newly created accounts placed large wagers hours before the January capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and made hundreds of thousands of dollars in profits. Similar clusters of accounts have also repeatedly profited from well-timed bets on military actions involving Iran. Such bets have repeatedly raised questions from the public as well as members of Congress about whether some traders are using inside information. Our viewer Unpurged says, of course they are. Peter King says, how can this be allowed? So that's, AP says, bipartisan groups of senators as well as representatives have introduced legislation that would broaden the definition of insider trading to include prediction markets. So I guess the idea would be that current law doesn't include prediction markets. Hang on. I was just trying to find a little summary here. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this whole world, this whole legal issue of insider trading laws with respect to prediction markets. Again, I'll have to read up on that because I know it's something being talked about and new laws are being discussed, but I just don't have a good sense of the background on that whole issue. And it's possible that current laws do apply to it, and I don't know if it's a question of needing new laws or whether it's a question of is there difficulties in enforcing those laws for prediction markets for some reason. Again, not sure. It's a whole interesting debate. Maybe we'll talk about it on a future stream. Our viewer, Lorraine Kish, says the Yanbu port in Saudi Arabia and the attack on the pipeline is a big deal. I feel as if people are sticking their head in the sand about what is going to happen when oil is in short supply. That's what Lorraine says. We haven't done a poll yet. We should do a poll soon. I will say, we haven't seen, for what it's worth, again, I think it's been about a day since Iran fired any missiles at anybody. So, well, missiles not at anybody, at Israel. So it's not like there's no ceasefire signs whatsoever. Vahid online is saying that he had gotten some messages about some explosions reported in Iran. I don't know if there are new strikes still going on in Iran. That I don't know. Hamaki says, what is really happening on the ground? Oh, hold on a second here. I want to mention something. One of our viewers said, Shin, who reports from Iran, said that there were reportedly blasts in Karaj about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, so I don't know if there are new strikes going on in Iran right now or not. Don't know. We'll see what Iran says about it, if anything. Josh Zach mentioned Shin's post. Thank you. I also saw something about... Iranian Navy announces alternate routes for traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, says Iranian News ISNA. Due to the situation in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, and the possibility of the presence of various anti-ship mines, all ships intending to transit the Strait of Hormuz are hereby notified that they should take alternate routes as the map attached, according to the attached map. But the map shows them going around Rock Island, I think, which is where they've been going anyway. Well, let me see. Actually, maybe not. Not all around Rock Island. Maybe. Hold on. I gotta figure this out. I'll show you this in a second. There's an Israel alert for something. What's the alert in Israel? Hold on. What's the alert? Rocket alert. Hey, look, a rocket alert in northern Israel. Now, Israel has been launching big attacks today, biggest of the war on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Israel says the ceasefire does not apply to Lebanon, even though Iran and Pakistan says it does. Well, now we might have Hezbollah launching something at Israel. Northern Israel. I'll see what we hear about that. I wanted to check one other thing here. Hold on. One of the routes is south of Rock Island. Here, check this out. This is, again, ISNA. Sorry, give me a moment here. Give me 2 seconds. I'll try to post this for you. I'm going to post this on X. Sorry, bear with me for one more second. I just got to get this posted. Tasneem posted it too. This is from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy. It's a map. And they say these are the two, they posted this map of what ships are going to need to go, the route ships are going to need to take. Although it's interesting because it seems to say that this seems to look like that ships can get out not going around La Roque Island. Because before, even all the ships getting out have been going around La Roque Island. There's La Roque Island. I mean, this looks like getting out, you go this way, and coming in, you go this way. But what they said is, now our viewer said they don't have a clue where the mines are. Hold on. What they said is all the ships that are going to transit the Strait of Hormuz, to avoid possible collisions with naval mines, you need to take these routes with possible naval mines. Hang on. Hang on. So this is the Iranian Navy announces new ship routes to avoid possible collisions, to comply with the principles of maritime safety and avoid possible collisions with naval mines. Now, clearly, also that's Iran managing the strait. They're specifying the routes that need to be taken. John Basecamp says Iran holding international waters hostage. Fred Flintstone says the mines could drift. I don't know where the mines are. And it's interesting they say possible naval mines. Ben says, do they know where the mines are? That I don't know. Are there mines? They say possible mines. No, they say possible collisions with naval mines. So that doesn't, it implies that there's mines, but it doesn't entail that there are mines. They say possible collisions with naval mines. Now, Alec Boyd says, I thought Iran didn't have a navy. Well, fair point. I mean, whoever is dealing with these things in the Revolutionary Guard, I mean, maybe it's just the personnel and not boats. I'll show you. I'm going to show you that map again. Here's the map. Look at the map. Here is the map from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy. That is the Strait of Hormuz. Larak Island is right on the top. It's the oval between the two routes. And they're saying this is the route you need to follow, going out and coming in. That is via Iranian state media. It also, if nothing else, is just, I mean, a day after President Trump said that the ceasefire depends on the complete opening of the Strait of Hormuz, you have the Iranian Revolutionary Guard putting out a map and saying, hey, you need to follow this map to avoid, and part of the reason is to avoid mines. That doesn't sound like an open Strait of Hormuz to me. Possibility of mines, says Major Matson, will keep merchant mariners locked down. I mean, it is something worth thinking. If they say there's possible mines, that might make ships worried about going through there. One of the viewers says it's open-ish. There's very little traffic. We looked earlier today, and Iran said only 3 ships passed through today, 2 Iranian ships and 1 Chinese ship. And Iran said that they're not letting. They said they closed it once Israel started attacking Lebanon. I'll check it in a second, but last time we checked, there was not much new activity there. I think the guy's eating. Cameraman is eating. Here is the current situation there via marine ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Now, I don't know if these ships count as ones that there was a Chinese ship that Iran said went through today. What is this detail? This says CHN VSL, all CHN crew. So I assume that this is a Chinese. What does VSL mean? It's flagged in Panama, but maybe because of connection to China it was allowed through. I don't know. But again, no sign of anything. Oh, and that ship actually looks like it was up here for whatever reason. And then it went through here. Oh, actually, why does it say Aurora? Oh, I want the Chinese ship. Give me the Chinese pass track. I don't know if it's Chinese or not. Dina Ocean, pass track. Yeah, so I don't know how long it was. Past track is it just came from there. I don't know how long it was waiting to get out of there. Hold on a moment. President Trump just posted, as our viewer mentioned, President Trump says, NATO wasn't there when we needed them, And they won't be there if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice, all in capital letters. That was just posted by President Trump on Truth Social. He just met with the Secretary General of NATO a few hours ago, right? Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, just came and visited the White House today. Just a few hours ago, I think. I have to imagine Mark Rutte is not overly overjoyed about seeing that post right after his visit. Maybe he'll post some more. Sometimes Trump posts in batches. So maybe he'll post something about Iran. Well, I mean, that's sort of about Iran, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, so we saw that. We saw that. At some point soon, I'm going to make some food so I can eat something as we keep the stream going. The Watcher says Rutte was on CNN. We never did a poll. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. So I think what I want to say is, like, just will ceasefire collapse and war restart? How's that? That's a pretty simple question. And I understand that there's still fighting going on. Like, you know, Iran was launching stuff today, and they reported being attacked at some point today. And, you know, there's a whole Lebanon question where Israel says Lebanon's not part of the ceasefire and launched their biggest attacks of the war on Lebanon. Hopefully you get my general meaning. Will ceasefire collapse and war restart? Yes or no? So I'm going to post this right now. I guess you could say the full war restart. We also should probably look at what Carolyn Levitt said today. I wouldn't mind doing that. We'll do that too at some point. We can discuss that. Did Trump post? Well, I already started posting a poll. Hold on a second here. Let me just get the poll finished and get it on the screen for everybody. Then we can update about other things. Okay, the poll is posted. And hold on a moment here. No, President Trump's last post was the NATO post. We already showed that. Speaking of showing things, oh my gosh, people are thinking about the poll. They're thinking about it. Let's see here. I got to put the results up now. Wow. Look at this on YouTube. Look at this on YouTube. Not much faith in the ceasefire on YouTube. 91% say yes on YouTube. A lot of people voting in this poll too. 91%. Let's see what the others think. Over on Facebook right now, it is, guess what? 91% on Facebook. Same amount. Let's show you Twitch. Let's look at Twitch now. And what I can tell you is it is pretty close. It is 89% on Twitch. Now it's 90%. Wow, it's pretty close on all our platforms. Haruna Q says, you guys are wrong. Why Me Mariner says it's so painfully obvious this isn't going to last. All right, so people, our viewers are pretty skeptical about this ceasefire. The large majority of you think, 91 and 92% right there on the screen, think the ceasefire will collapse and the war will restart. Wow. Thanks for voting in our poll. It was 95% on Facebook, by the way. Los F says ceasefire has the strength of spaghetti al dente. Did I pronounce that right? Thank you so much, Los F. Thank you also to, hold on a moment. I got to thank some people. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, for all your support. She said her news in the Netherlands reported that Mark Rutte had a candid conversation and talked about how the majority of European countries helped when it comes to logistics and obligations. She heard that on her news. I don't know if Mark Rutte proposed something about it, but a short while after he visited Trump posted a pretty negative comment about NATO. I didn't see anything on Mark Rutte's X account about the meeting. Hey, thanks so much to Lidwine Elizabeth. You can see something real quick here. I just want to show you this. Here is something from AP about the meeting today. That photo is from October, though. But, oops, don't want that. Oops. Trump met with NATO leader Rutte after musing about pulling out of the military alliance. Secretary of General Mark Rutte of NATO met with closed doors. They did not do a video appearance today. With President Trump Wednesday for discussions that were expected to focus on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, a vital shipping waterway, and on soothing Trump's anger with the military alliance over the Iran war. It wasn't immediately clear how things went in the private meeting, ahead of which Trump had suggested the U.S. may consider leaving the transatlantic alliance after NATO member countries ignored his call to help as Iran effectively shut the strait and sent gas prices soaring. The president has had a warm relationship with Rutte in the past, and the meeting came after the ceasefire was announced. The White House did not immediately offer an update on the conversation. But, as I mentioned, soon after the meeting, President Trump posted, NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there when we need them if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice. President DJT. AMC to the Moon says, NATO is a defensive organization. It is not supposed to start wars. Thank you, Abby Hastings, for your support. I really appreciate it, Abby Hastings. Logan Newbert. Logan thinks the U.S. needs to end its relationship with NATO. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. I don't know if he's there any more days than this. I'm not aware that he's meeting Trump again. But I don't know. Maybe he's in the country for longer. Lidwine thinks he's in the country for longer. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you, Motivational Living. Who thinks Trump will use the Strait of Hormuz and share the profit with Iran because other countries need to move ships from there. Art of the deal. That's what Motivational Living thinks is going to happen. Thank you, Soggy Sandwich, by the way. Mandalora, who says diesel is $9.64 a gallon in UK and rising. Thank you so much, Mandalora from the UK. Thanks, Miss Curvy. She thinks the ceasefire never began. I guess it depends on how you define. If you define it as no one attacking anybody, it seems like it hasn't begun. But, I mean, again, Iran, it's been about 24 hours since they last fired missiles at Israel. That seems like a difference. We have not heard it. I mean, there's been isolated reports of possible attacks in Iran, but nothing like the airstrikes we've been hearing about during the rest of the war. So we have certainly seen a difference. Thank you also to TE88 PFCR. Really appreciate all your support. TE88. Oops, hold on a second. We got to do this. We need here. there. TE88 said, Trump derangement syndrome much? That's what TE88 said. Thank you, Jennifer Rochelle, for being a member. Thanks, Supernov40G, who thinks NATO is a defense treaty not to bail America out again. Someone asked, how much is a gallon in Boston? It's weird because I had to travel a couple times recently. I was just in Chicago, for example, for that conference. And I've been on the air so much that I've hardly been driving because we've been covering so much news. So once in a while I go out to do like grab groceries or something, but I haven't had to fill up my car in a while. So I haven't even I haven't had that experience of going and seeing how it's different from the last time. I've just been driving so little, been so busy. Our viewer, Tannel, says, I live just north of Boston. It's just under $4 a gallon. I'm going to have to go soon, though. Dan Lampkin thinks that the reports that the Saudi Arabia pipeline was attacked by Iran are too convenient a setup to draw ground forces from Saudi Arabia into this. So Dan seems to think that all of those reports from the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, Reuters, and Bloomberg, they've all independently reported based on people they talked to, that Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline was hit and that it was hit by an Iranian attack. Dan's view is that those are fake, those reports are all false, and this is some sort of false flag done by someone to draw Saudi Arabia into it. That's what Dan's view is. I'm not telling you what to think about that. Dan just messaged me. So I assume he's okay with me saying that. I appreciate Dan messaging in. The White House just reposted Trump's post about NATO. There you go. I'll put the Tel Aviv cam back up. I had the Tel Aviv cam off for a while because we were seeing activity on the Beirut stream and we weren't seeing anything on the Tel Aviv cam. So I didn't want people to miss stuff on the Beirut cam. But I could put the Tel Aviv cam back up. It's just, I'll let you guys choose. The problem is, I don't think you're going to see anything change on the Tel Aviv cam, where we have seen a couple of attacks on the Beirut cam. And you could, in theory, see something like anti-aircraft fire or something. So, I mean, I can put Tel Aviv up, but the reason I just had Beirut is because I thought you might actually see something occur. So let me know if you want me to put the Tel Aviv up or not. See what people say in the chat. A lot of people saying they don't want Tel Aviv. I mean, I would put it on the top there, but it still might get in the way of things. But I mean, if people want it up there, I'll put it up there. Yeah, most people are saying don't put it up there. So that's what I assumed would happen. If there's a missile alert, I'll put it up there. Our viewer Rick Mack sent me a clip of Ruta on CNN. Ruta did a CNN interview today, I guess. Another viewer mentioned that. Hold on a second here. Mark Ruta said that Trump is clearly disappointed with many NATO allies for not supporting the U.S. in their war in Iran. He said that the meeting was a frank and open discussion between two good friends. He declined to answer whether the president would attempt a withdrawal from NATO during their meeting. What I might do is take a couple minutes here. Hang on a second here. The Wall Street Journal says shippers say Iran is already establishing a system of fees. In recent weeks, it has worked to formalize a tiered approach with ships carrying Iranian oil or goods passing freely, ships from friendly countries paying some sort of toll, and ships from countries aligned with the U.S. or Israel blocked altogether. Also, the Wall Street Journal says fees are set around a week in advance. They depend on the size of the vessel. Payments are up to $2 million for a supertanker that can carry around 2 million barrels of oil. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The New York Times says that the 4 ships, Iran said that 3 ships, state media said 3 ships made it through in the last day since the ceasefire. The New York Times and the Wall Street Journal say 4 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz. The Times says that none of the ships that went through the Strait of Hormuz in the past day were oil or gas tankers. None. And the Iranian state media had said that after the attacks on Lebanon of Israel today, they said the strait was closed and no ships have gone through the Strait of Hormuz since then. Oh, thanks to TE88PFCR. That's really kind of you. I think TE88 is not a fan of NATO. TE88 said, screw NATO. Thank you, TE88, for your support of the channel. Really appreciate that. It's very nice of you. Also, Providence6675, our member. Thanks so much for being a member. Jono thinks the U.S. really shouldn't have needed NATO for the war. Strong One says 4 ships in one day. Wow, this world is cooked. But this is going to become a big issue. I mean, these negotiations, Iran wants control of the strait. Before ships just freely sailed through the Strait of Hormuz. Now Iran wants control of who's going through. They want to be able to charge tolls, apparently. Bernard Tapey says Iran wants a lot of things. Wow. Nicole says, who can blame them? So why don't I right now take about 5 minutes? And take about 5 minutes here. And I'm going to go put some food in the air fryer. We're going to keep the stream going. Now, I'll say at the moment, the last few hours, things are pretty quiet in terms of, I really haven't heard about many attacks in the Middle East the last few hours. We have seen a couple of attacks in the southern suburbs of Beirut. We have seen that twice on the stream. Nothing like the Israeli attacks of earlier today, where they attacked over 100 targets in 10 minutes. But, I mean, compared to the last 5 weeks or so, quieter. So, but who knows what's going to happen? You guys seem to think the ceasefire is going to collapse. I do want to point out that every day that goes by that nothing's done with the Strait of Hormuz, remember, there is a deficit right now. Roughly 11 million barrels of oil per day, I believe, less for the world from this war. Because it's not coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, and then some producers are producing less, but it's balanced out because, like, for example, Saudi Arabia is taking some it would ship from the Strait of Hormuz and shipping it through the Red Sea. But my understanding is it's roughly 11 million barrels of oil less than normal. So my understanding also is just over time, the longer this goes on, I've seen a number of analysts and experts say, look, if this goes on long enough, the extra oil that was floating around there, still on ships or in reserve or whatever, is going to get used up. And eventually, the world's going to have to use less oil. And prices are going to go up because that's going to have to cut down demand so it matches the decreased supply. So every day that goes by, we're closer to that happening, is my understanding, unless the situation gets resolved. But again, 4 ships in the last 24 hours, none of them oil or gas tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz. So in theory, every day the world oil situation gets worse, even if nothing big happens. Diane Allworth says it's a real problem. Yeah, so that's something to keep an eye on. Let me take about 5 minutes. Put a little food in the air fryer so I can eat something, because I have not eaten during the stream. We're going to keep the stream going. Hey, starting I think on Saturday when negotiations start, we'll start getting reports about the negotiations. I wonder what that'll be like. All right, give me about 5 minutes or so to put some food in the air fryer. I'm coming back. I'm going to turn the volume up on the camera. Volume up a bit. Beirut cam. And I will be back in about 5 minutes. All right, I am making some food. One moment here. Shout out to our moderators. First of all, I want to shout out David Bergier for the Facebook stars. Thanks to our moderators who have been with us as we cover the war and the ceasefire. Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk are moderating right now on YouTube. Thank you. We have on Twitch Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. On Facebook, we have K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson has been there. Margaret Riley, thank you. Andrea Holder. Thanks, Diane Allworth, for subscribing over there. And also thanks to Diane Allworth for subscribing, and Iva Lynn-Berry Speedell, and Robert Real II. Linda Belk, Larry Misha, thanks for moderating for us on X. Shout out to Cerberus for subscribing on Twitch, and Boba J. Fett. I don't think I thanked Boba yet. What will be the next big development in this whole situation? I would say the last few hours, we've had a couple strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but for the most part, the last few hours, I haven't heard about that much happening in terms of hostilities. Our viewer Chadwick Redmayne sent me an article that Reuters posted about more than 15 countries planning to facilitate Strait of Hormuz access, Macron says. French President Macron said about 15 countries were planning to facilitate the resumption of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Called it a strictly defensive mission. I'm not aware of any countries like France or anyone else that is planning any kind of major military action against Iran. Now, at some point, would they try to escort ships through? I don't know, because that could be dangerous for both the ships being escorted through and the military ships. So I've been reading these articles for weeks now. I remember reading an article like this a couple weeks ago about these countries having these meetings about facilitating things returning to the normal in Strait of Hormuz. I don't see any sign that there's any kind of serious attempt brewing to militarily force the issue. So I don't know. Who knows what they're actually talking about there, but I haven't heard that talked about. Give me one moment. I'll come right back. Hold on. I need about 15 seconds. You know, with that group of countries that Macron talked about, I mean, at a certain point, they probably want to get together and say, well, what if the U.S. decides to just end the war and leave, and there's still not access there? So they might want to have some kind of plan for that. And on April 2nd, Macron said that a military operation to liberate the Strait of Hormuz is unrealistic. That's what Macron said just 6 days ago. According to Le Monde, 6 days ago, Macron said a military operation would expose those crossing the strait to coastal threats, for example, and said this can only be done in concert with Iran. So I'm not anticipating any kind of, group of other countries trying to force it open militarily, at least from what I've seen so far. Thanks, Chadwick Redmayne, for messaging in about that, or for mentioning that. Goldie Shannon says, did Vance negotiate this or Trump? I don't know. First of all, we don't even know what this is exactly, because we don't even know exactly what was said and what was agreed to or not agreed to. It's a good question. I don't know how all of that went down. I mean, as we've discussed, there's a bunch of disagreement about what the main points of. There's disagreement about whether Lebanon is part of the deal, part of the ceasefire, about what the basic points are that were agreed upon to start negotiation. At least public disagreement. Yes, as McClunky says, Pakistan's prime minister, they mediated the talks. Pakistan's prime minister said that Lebanon is part of the deal. There's other messages I need to. Other people have been sending me messages, and we got to deal. I got to take more comments when I come back from eating. Yeah, some viewers are writing in, like Steven 2026 and Scorpio, about reports of explosions in Tehran, not in Tehran, in Iran. And I mentioned some of them earlier. I just don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if there are some airstrikes or not going on still. I haven't seen any reports in recent hours from state media of them. So I just can't say whether those claims of explosions in Iran, whether there's actually airstrikes going on or not. Yeah, there was a story, some people have mentioned this too, maybe we can talk about when I get back from eating, about a leaker who was arrested today. Alleged leaker. Just a Right Guy messaged me about it. It was an Army veteran who was charged with sharing classified information about an elite commando unit with a journalist, says AP. She allegedly shared details of her work with a special military unit at Fort Bragg. She was the focus of a Politico headline, of a Politico article with the headline, "My life became a living hell, one woman's career in Delta Force, the Army's most elite unit." It coincided with the release of Harp's book, Uh, Seth Harp's book, The Fort Bragg Cartel, which alleges sexual harassment and discrimination. We can talk more about that when I get back. I need about 15 seconds. Hold on. Yeah, so we'll talk about that story more. You know, I never checked up on for an update on the alleged attempted attack on an Israeli, I think the Israeli consulate in Istanbul a couple days ago. So I got to look up that. I'm sorry to the person who asked about that. I just never got to it, forgot about it. But I will check on that when I get back. I'm going to have to eat in a second. We're going to leave the stream going, and then I'll come back and we can do more coverage. By the way, quick thanks to Providence6675 for being a member. Thank you. Also, Jennifer Rochelle for being a member. Thank you so much. Hold on, I might want to hear. So the plan is that I'm going to eat because I haven't eaten. But if something huge happens while I'm eating, I'll stop eating and just rush in here. Otherwise, I'll come in after I eat and we will continue our coverage. I'm going to, no, and I also haven't shown the Carolyn Levitt press briefing as someone just mentioned. I wanted to take a look at that. We can do that when I come back. I definitely want to check that out from today. Brad Studios says ceasefire is just a ruse to buy time to reload. So let me eat right now. I'm going to keep the stream going. I'll leave the Beirut feed up. And I'll come back after and we'll continue our coverage. And again, I'll be looking out for what's going on while I'm eating and can come in if there's anything urgent. How's that? Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. Okay, so I'll turn the volume up and I will be back shortly. And more coverage coming. Oh, I forgot to thank Bernard Tapey. Bernard Tapey, thank you. Thank you for your patience. We are back here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Here. Now, by the way, quick thanks to Rico. Thank you, Rico Boy, and Raisback. We have been covering the ceasefire and the developments. And I appreciate everybody tuning in. Gotta do a quick check here. I hear some birds. In case you're wondering, here is marine traffic. Here is the live Strait of Hormuz. Oops, hold on. Live tracking Strait of Hormuz. Only 4 ships. Only 3 or 4 ships have gone through today. Iran says 3, other reports say 4. And no ships went through after Iran said it was closing the strait because of the Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Iran and Pakistan say Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. Israel and the U.S. says it wasn't. Israel launched a large number of attacks in Lebanon today on Hezbollah, their biggest bunch of attacks during the war. And Iran said, state media said, they're closing the Strait of Hormuz. So nothing has gone through after that. And here is your current. I think, and reportedly, the 4 ships that went through today, none of them were oil tankers. So that's the strait right there. Duchess says, makes you wonder what happens now. What does happen now? What does happen now? It seems like the big difference between yesterday and today is that there is this ceasefire agreement, but I'm not aware of any compromise. I'm not aware of any significant compromise that either side has made. Oh, I think thanks to AZ Intel's dad gave 20 memberships. AZ Intel's dad, I feel like I owe you a thank you from something earlier, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on a moment here. Thank you so much, AZ Intel's dad, for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Make sure you thank somebody like AZ Intel's dad or somebody else if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you also, Jonathan Anderson, for your support. I appreciate that, Jonathan. Also, Miss Curvy, thank you so much, Miss Curvy. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, there's this 2-week period of ceasefire. We'll see what happens. Most of you think, we did a poll before, most of you think that the ceasefire is going to collapse and the war is going to pick up again in full. You know, I've seen a couple articles today mention the possibility. There's this thought floating around that possibly some think that Israel carried out these big attacks in Lebanon today. Some think that because some think that Israel was trying to wreck the ceasefire and get the war started again. I don't know if that's true, but I've seen that thought out there. Just to show you this again, as a little summary, we talked about Lebanon a bunch before, but in case you missed it, as a little summary of what happened with these attacks. Israeli strikes pummel Lebanon, killing 250 in deadliest day of the war. Israel carried out its heaviest strikes on Lebanon since the conflict with Hezbollah broke out last month, killing more than 250 people on Wednesday, says Reuters. And again, Iran and Pakistan say Lebanon was part of the ceasefire plan. The country's civil defense service said 254 people were killed and over 1,100 wounded. The highest toll was in Beirut, where 91 people were killed. And there's a little updated reporting here. It says Reuters saw civil defense workers guiding an older woman onto a crane to evacuate her from a building in the western part of Beirut. Half the building had been sheared off in an Israeli strike, leaving residents on the upper floors trapped. Earlier, Reuters saw people on motorcycles picking up the wounded and transporting them to hospitals because there were not enough ambulances to get to them in time. One of Beirut's biggest medical facilities said it needed donations of all blood types. Israel itself, as I mentioned to you, Israel itself said that, I'll read you the quote. This is from Israel. They said a significant portion of the attacked infrastructure today was located in the heart of densely populated civilian areas. Here, I'll show you here. This is from Israel. A significant portion of the attacked infrastructure was located in the heart of densely populated civilian areas. This is part of the calculated exploitation by the terrorist organization Hezbollah of the Lebanese people as human shields to protect its activities. Prior to carrying out the attacks, measures were taken to minimize harm to civilians as much as possible. And there were a number of attacks today in central Beirut, which normally would not have a lot of attacks in daytime. Normally, they don't get attacked. Usually, it's much more common to see Israel hit the southern suburbs of Beirut than central Beirut. Following the strikes, Israeli military spokesman Avichai Adri'i said that Hezbollah had moved out of its traditional Shiite stronghold in southern Beirut's Dahiyah neighborhood to religiously mixed areas elsewhere. He said Israel's military would pursue Hezbollah wherever it was. Israel also struck the last remaining bridge linking southern Lebanon to the rest of the country on Wednesday, which ran over the Litani River. An Israeli military spokesperson said the area south of the Litani was disconnected from Lebanon. Israel has said it intends to occupy southern Lebanon as a buffer zone. Israel has issued evacuation orders covering around 15% of Lebanese territory, mostly in the south and in suburbs south of Beirut. More than 1.2 million people have been displaced. Let me show you a video here. We saw this before, but I just want to play it again, of talking about what happened today in Lebanon. This is from Reuters here.
On Wednesday, Israel carried out its heaviest strikes on Lebanon since the conflict with Hezbollah broke out last month. It came even as the Iran-aligned group paused attacks on northern Israel and Israeli troops in Lebanon under a 2-week U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Consecutive explosions shook Beirut, sending smoke.
Look at this. This video is really crazy. Look at this.
Sending smoke billowing. Consecutive explosions shook Beirut, sending smoke billowing across the capital. Israel's military said it had launched the largest coordinated strike of the war. It also said more than 100 Hezbollah command centers and military sites were targeted in Beirut, the Bekaa Valley, and southern Lebanon. The strikes killed dozens and wounded hundreds, according to Lebanon's health ministry.
Let me just skip over a couple seconds here. I don't want to show anything too graphic, so I'm going to skip over a couple seconds. Here we go.
Benjamin Netanyahu said overnight that the ceasefire suspending the 6-week-old U.S.-Israeli war against Iran did not apply to Lebanon. And later on Wednesday, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said the U.S. agreed.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
However, that comments by Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, a key intermediary in the U.S., contradicted comments
of the next 2 weeks.
However, that position contradicted comments by Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, a key intermediary in the U.S.-Iran ceasefire talks. An Israeli strike on the southern city of Sidon also killed at least 8 people and wounded more than 20 others, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Hezbollah stopped attacking Israeli targets early on Wednesday, 3 Lebanese sources close to the group told Reuters. Israel's military said most of its strikes on Wednesday were in civilian-populated areas. Hours before the strike, they had issued warnings for some areas of southern Beirut and southern Lebanon. No such warning was given for central Beirut, which was also hit. More than 1,500 people have been killed in Israel's air and ground campaign across Lebanon since March 2nd, when Hezbollah started firing rockets at Israel in solidarity with Tehran. Israel has issued evacuation orders covering around 15% of Lebanese territory since then, mostly in the south and in suburbs south of Beirut. More than 1.2 million people have been displaced, according to Lebanese authorities.
And again, after these attacks, Iran then announced that it was closing the Strait of Hormuz because of these attacks on Lebanon. So that was earlier today. There's a bunch of other videos you can find and photos online of attacks, the attacks in Beirut. Actually, let me check something here real quick. I'm going to show you a couple more pictures here from the AP article. AP says, hang on. Ceasefire threatened as Israel expands Lebanon strikes and Iran closes strait again. Here are a couple other pictures. What are they? Let me just make sure I know what these are that I'm showing you. We have, that's in Beirut. That's in Beirut. Yeah, these are all Beirut. Beirut And the two close-ups are an apartment building. This is from an apartment building strike in Beirut today by Israel. That's from AP. And then that is also from the strike on an apartment building today in Beirut. That is from AP. And then that is another strike today in Beirut. That looks like the hospital we sometimes see on the live shot from Beirut. Don't we see this hospital on the live shot sometimes? I think we do. It's possible if I don't know, I haven't gone back and looked. It's possible if I went back and looked. You know, I really should go back and look and see. I might have some video from earlier today that I can show you. The bright white one says Dawn 62. Let me take a second and go back and the one that's all lit up usually, as Dinar says. So let me what I'm gonna do, let me take 2 seconds here and just check and see if I have video from earlier today. I really might have it. I just need to look. Just let me take a second and do that. Let's see. Yesterday, already fed. This would have been Wednesday, right? One moment. That is that hospital, I think. Sorry, I'm just going to get a couple of these videos and see what I might be able to see. I'll download a couple of these videos. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm just checking a couple things here, trying to get some video for you. Oh, where is that? I'm just getting a bunch. I don't know what's in the videos. So what I'm doing is I'm just downloading a bunch of them here so we can go, so I can go through them. And I think there might be some of the stuff from today from the Beirut attacks, but we'll try those. We'll try those. And then there's one other thing I want to try, which is, this would have been earlier today. Actually, a lot of it happened at like around a 10-minute time. That's the problem, is I not looking for the exact time. Well, I'll see what I have for you. Oh, aftermath. No, that's not there. When I get those, ooh, hold on, what's this? When I get those videos, I'll take a look at them. All right. Anyways, sorry about that. I have some videos downloading, so we can look at those. Ronnie Boy says 100 missiles in 10 minutes. Yeah, it was over 100 targets were attacked. So this is something else that Israel said today, the Israeli army. They said that Hezbollah has left the terrorist strongholds in the southern suburbs of Beirut and is repositioning itself toward North Beirut into the mixed areas in Beirut. In recent times, they say, the Israeli Defense Force has observed that the terrorist Hezbollah has begun leaving the Shiite strongholds in the Dahiyah, which is the southern suburbs of Beirut, and repositioning toward North Beirut into the mixed areas in the city. In the wake of our operations in the southern suburbs of Beirut, Hezbollah realized that the terrorist stronghold it had established was no longer a safe place for it and therefore began withdrawing from it. The terrorist Hezbollah, which was entrenched in the southern suburbs of Beirut, Dahiyah area, and deliberately operated in the heart of civilian areas, exposing the residents of Lebanon to danger, has finished destroying the Dahiyah and has now begun repositioning outside it. O residents of Lebanon, do not be mistaken. The destruction that Hezbollah brought to the Dahiyah area will move with it as well. The organization that dragged you and your state into war in service to Iran continues to spread destruction across Lebanon at your expense. Do not allow that. Do not allow Hezbollah to bring destruction and ruin to you. There is, in all elements of Hezbollah, there's no safe place for you. The Defense Army will continue to pursue you and operate with great force against you wherever you are. So this is their video. And they say, see, that's the southern suburbs of Beirut, right? Where they have been. And they say, and they claim that they're moving north and also other parts of Beirut. And they say they're going to attack those places. Other parts of Beirut and other parts of the country, other parts of Lebanon. Now, one moment here. I'm getting some videos here. I'm just trying to see if I might have gotten any of the footage when this happened today. Need to turn the volume down. No need for volume on this. Oh, nothing there. We're going to take some more comments from you guys, bring you some more updates. By the way, thanks so much to Jared Johnson. Jared Johnson, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Jared Johnson. Also, Red Squirrel, thank you so much. TE88 gave 20 more people memberships. That's really kind of you. TE88, PFCR, thank you for all the memberships and support. Thank you also to Mercado91. I appreciate that. William Smith, thank you, William. Gill and Company. Gill says if the war ends for Israel, Netanyahu has to face trial for corruption charges. That's what Gill said. Gill and Company says. Also, hang on a moment here. Oh, something happened with, I'm confused now. The live is playing on my end. Did it freeze up on me? Hold on. Let's see here. What happened here? Let's see what happened here. Hang on. Huh. That's weird. That's weird. Let me try this again. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened here. Okay. I might have to reset things. Once in a while, I have to reset things. All right, give me a moment. Why did that stop playing? All right, that's working. I see. All right, just hang on one second. We'll get the video back for you. We'll get the video back for you. Things froze up. Things froze up. Okay, let's try this again. You can see me. Just hang tight. Hang tight. Do I have to reset things a little more, or can I get by like this? I may have to just take a minute. I'm going to keep the stream going, but yeah, sometimes when this happens, I just have to do a little reset of a couple things. All right, so give me about 1 minute here. I'm going to take a minute and do this. You will have to not see the video for 1 minute while I do all this. But in about a minute, I'll have the video back up. Sometimes things freeze up. Okay, I think we're getting back here. We're coming back. Things are coming back. It looks like. So I need this on. I need that. And let's get back for you. The Beirut video. Hold on here. Hold on here. What happened here? Okay, that's good. Progress. Progress. Okay, I see the video now. Did it say Steve Wiz taking a meal break? Oh, gosh, I misspelled. I had a typo on the screen when I was taking a meal break. That's too bad. Anyways, here is, you should see the video in a second here. I just got to play it out and we're going to get it back up on the screen for you. And we should be good to go in a second. There's the video. The light's blinking so you can see it's actually live. There we go. Get the clock back up. Clock is working. Need a moment here. And just bear with me. Sorry, we just had to reset things. Things were a little... Someone mentioned oil prices. So it's interesting. I am looking at oil prices right now, and I'm seeing that crude, okay, so this is WTI, American crude oil. After the ceasefire, it had gotten down to about 92, but now it's close to 98. So it's gone back up some. Now, I think it was around 110 or something when the ceasefire got announced, but it has gone back up some. And then Brent crude also had gotten down to about 91, and it's about 97 and a half. So one of our viewers just mentioned, we are seeing in the last, 15 hours or so, oil go up some. And do we have sound on the video? Yeah, sound's working on the video. Okay, one moment here. What time did those strikes happen exactly in Lebanon? Was it in the morning? That would help me figure out if I have video of it somewhere lying around. Just give me a sec here. We're getting everything organized here and back up. Almost got everything back. Okay. I'd kind of like again, disagreement about a lot about what's in this in the ceasefire, and disagreement about whether Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. Disagreement on what points are the basis of negotiation. Trump had said Iran had 10 points that were going to be the basis of negotiation. Then Iran came out and said what the 10 points were. And Trump is now denying that those are the basis of the negotiation. Those points were like a laundry list of Iranian desires, of Iranian maximalist demands, like no more sanctions, all U.S. troops out of the region, we get fully compensated for all the damage from the war, we get to stay in control of the Strait of Hormuz, we get to keep enriching uranium, these kind of things. One of our viewers, I think it was Nathan, said oil got to 117 high at one point before the ceasefire. Yeah, it looks like it was. Looks like WTI was up around 116, 117. Now it's about 97 or so. I think, by the way, hold on a second here. I owe a thanks to Red Squirrel. Thank you, Red Squirrel. Again. I think I thanked T88 for the memberships a few minutes ago. TE88 FPFCR. That's really nice of you. Why don't we, one thing I really wanted to do. Oh, thanks to Alperer on Alperer 420 and Hugh J and Kadri Vex over on Twitch. That's really nice of you guys. I kind of wanted to look. Well, before we do that, what's the thing that happened with Istanbul? Hey, I wanted to update you on this. Look at this. Oh, was there a video of this? Hold on. So this was from yesterday, but we never really talked about it. So I want to mention this. I got some video from it too. This was like a day ago. That's one of them. Where's the other one? I got two videos. I don't know if you guys heard about this. Look at this. This is from yesterday. Gunfight outside Israeli consulate in Istanbul leaves one attacker dead. And I'm going to show you some video from this, but Reuters said that one attacker was killed and two others were wounded in an extended gun battle with police outside the tower building housing the Israeli consulate in Istanbul, Turkey on Tuesday. Footage showed the backpack-wearing attackers firing automatic rifles and handguns, and police returning fire and seeking cover. Shots rang out for at least 10 minutes among the glass towers in Turkey's main financial district. No Israeli staff were at the consulate at the time of the attack. Israeli diplomats had left Turkey shortly after Hamas-Israel war began in Gaza in late 2023. A war that prompted large pro-Palestinian protests outside the Israeli consulate and across the country in Turkey, and a deep chill in Turkish-Israel diplomatic ties. The three attackers had links to an organization that exploits religion, said the Interior Minister of Turkey. Two of them were brothers, and they had traveled in a rented car from the city of Izmit. Tom Barak, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, said on X it was an attack on the Israeli consulate. Two police officers were lightly wounded. Let me show you. I have a couple videos about that incident from Reuters. And again, we never discussed this, so I want to mention it here. Where are the videos? Oh, here we go. Here's one of them. Okay, so this is a video about that attempted attack, apparent attempted attack on the Israeli consulate in Istanbul, Turkey. Here's the video from, let me just check something here. Okay, that person's alive in that video. Okay, here. Here is the video about the incident.
A gun battle between 3 attackers and police went on for at least 10 minutes near the Israeli consulate in Istanbul on Tuesday, according to witnesses and the authorities. Footage verified by Reuters shows one of the apparent attackers in a dark top and carrying a backpack, moving among parked cars with an automatic rifle and a handgun. It happened near a security checkpoint amid glass towers in the heart of Turkey's main financial district. The Israeli consulate occupies a floor in one of the towers. No Israeli staff were at the consulate at the time of the attack, Turkish and Israeli authorities said. A post from the Israeli Foreign Ministry says they appreciate Turkish security forces' swift action. Authorities did not immediately say what motivated the attackers, but Turkey's President Tayyip Erdogan condemned the attack as a heinous act of terrorism and praised the security forces who stopped it.
We will not allow the climate of trust in Turkey to be damaged by such vile and timed provocations as today's.
The country's interior minister said the 3 attackers had links to an organisation that, quote, exploits religion, and that 2 of them are brothers who had travelled in from the city of Izmit. Israeli diplomats have not been at the consulate since shortly after the Hamas-Israel war began in late 2023. That conflict prompted broad pro-Palestinian protests outside the consulate and across the country, and a deep chill in Turkish-Israeli diplomatic ties. Since then, heavily armed police have remained in a broad area surrounding the consulate.
Now, I think I might have a second video from that via Reuters. What is this one here? Hold on. I think that's all. It's stuff we saw from the last video. And just as an update on that story, Reuters said that Turkey detained 10 suspects over this gun attack outside the Israeli consulate. One attacker was killed and 2 others were wounded in that extended gun battle with police outside the tower building in Istanbul's main financial district that houses the consulate. Those detained include the 2 wounded assailants who are being questioned in the hospital. The remaining 8 suspects were arrested in operations in Istanbul and the nearby province of Kocaeli following the attack. Authorities have not determined a motive. The investigation is ongoing. U.S. Ambassador to Turkey Tom Barak called it an attack on the Israeli consulate. The attacker killed at the scene was identified as Yunus Amri Sarban, according to an Interior Ministry source. Sarban had previously been linked to financial networks with ties to the Islamic State militant group, leading to his assets being frozen in 2021, according to the government's official gazette. So I wanted to mention that. And I think we should check out what the press secretary had to say today, because I haven't even seen it yet, to be honest. I'd like to hear what she had to say. She took a bunch of questions today. Just make sure I don't have any major updates right this second. I'm just checking for updates. I don't see anything urgent at the moment. Why don't we check out what Carolyn... I can put it over this. I can put it on the top of this shot so we can keep the Beirut shot up. And then we can keep the Beirut shot up and check out what Carolyn Levitt had to say today. I haven't watched it yet. There has not been, I believe, in over 24 hours, there have been no Iranian missiles fired at Israel. Iran did, according to Kuwait and the UAE, Iran fired dozens of missiles and drones at those two countries after the ceasefire began. I'm not sure about Bahrain. I know Saudi Arabia had been reporting shooting drones down today. But I haven't heard in the last few hours, except for we saw, and again, Israel says Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That's what Israel claims. We've seen a couple strikes on the Beirut camp while we've been on the air, but I haven't heard about other strikes. There were some unconfirmed reports of some explosions in Iran. I don't know if there were any strikes there. Iran claimed that earlier today one of its oil refineries was attacked. I don't know, and there's video floating around that appears to show fire there. Let's do this. I'm going to watch with you guys what Carolyn Levitt had to say today. This was the press briefing after the ceasefire, and again, I haven't even seen it. So I'm interested in seeing what she says. But we'll make it small. Put it up there. Shout out to all of our moderators, like Leslie Ladyhawk and Ruth are there moderating. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Twitch moderators, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, thank you. And our Facebook moderators. This is not live. I got to put on the screen earlier today. No, they're not having a press conference live right now. But thanks for reminding me. Earlier today. Put it there. I don't want to cover that. I'm going to put it over here. Right there. And hang on a moment. I wanted to just thank our Facebook moderators. Here, I don't want to cover that. I'm going to put it over here. Hearing two of me. Uh-oh. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Big thanks. All right, let's take a look at this. What the press secretary had to say earlier today. I'll watch it with you. The audio works. Oh, hold on, I know what's happening. I see what's happening. Let's try this again.
All of you here. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you here today. Before I discuss the ceasefire with Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down.
I'm going to skip this part.
This is a victory for the United States that posed by the radical capabilities to terrorize the world. Iran's ability to achieved and exceeded those is military operation. This is a victory for the legislation passed to protect America's
here it is,
youth.
right here.
So we
Here we
thank
go.
the First Lady
Here we
for
go.
her efforts, and we hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the 2-week ceasefire announced by President Trump last night, this is a victory for the United States of America that the president and our incredible military made happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump stated this would be a 4 to 6 week military operation to dismantle the military threat posed by the radical Islamic Iranian regime. Thanks to the unbelievable capabilities of America's war fighters, the United States has achieved and exceeded those core military objectives in just 38 days. The U.S. military destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, crushing the regime's ability to manufacture weapons that they and their proxies use to maim and kill Americans and terrorize the world. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has also been set back by years compared to where it was 6 weeks ago prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. We destroyed the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, and long-range attack drones through more than 450 strikes on ballistic missiles and approximately 800 strikes on Iran's drone launching units and storage facilities. In total, more than 13,000 targets across Iran were struck. Again, this is in the matter of just 38 days. Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy was completely annihilated. The United States destroyed more than 150 naval vessels in total, including 16 entire classes of Iranian warships. Despite once being the largest undersea force in the Middle East, Iran now has 0 submarine vessels. 97% of Iran's once massive inventory of more than 5,000 naval mines has also been targeted and destroyed. Iran's air forces are functionally and operationally irrelevant at this point, after the United States maintained total air dominance over their country for weeks on end. To underscore the significance of this, before Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian Air Force would fly between 30 to 100 flights per day. Today, that number is 0. Iran's ability to fund and support its terrorist proxies has been greatly reduced. At this point, Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. And most importantly, Iran will not be able to acquire nuclear weapons. Prior to the start of this successful operation, Iran was aggressively expanding its short-range ballistic missile arsenal. Through these weapons and its navy, Iran was attempting to build a military buildup around their country that would pose an imminent and existential threat to the United States military assets in the Middle East, our allies in the region, and ultimately the free world. Iran was pursuing this dangerous and aggressive strategy for one reason: to hold the entire world hostage to its terrorist ambitions. The Iranians aim to use their expanded military capabilities as a shield around their country to continue achieving their ultimate goal internally, building nuclear bombs. But their murderous and evil plans have been blown up, quite literally and figuratively, along with their military, their nuclear program, and most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Their command and control structures were also massively disrupted after being struck more than 2,000 times. Many of their remaining leaders are paralyzed in fear and no longer enjoy the freedom to move around their country freely and meet openly. Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them. As we mark this progress, we also remember and honor the 13 American heroes who laid down their lives in this noble effort. I know President Trump and our grateful nation honors their ultimate sacrifice, and we will never forget them. May God bless their families. The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the President of the United States, allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution and long-term peace in the Middle East. The President's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the president said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the president, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. President Trump has a proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States and the American people, and he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Caroline. 2 questions for you. First, following the president's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the president's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country through Operation Epic Fury?
Sure. I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks. 6 weeks ago, the president looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat that was posed by Iran. And that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their Navy, their missiles, their defense industrial base, and their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation Epic Fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well, the president loves our seniors across the country, and as you know, the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the president about how his policies have benefited the American people, and I'm proud to report that the president will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes, I understand that, but strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage now than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Caroline, the president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for, and it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time.
So,
Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? As you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal. Jeff.
Thank you. Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
What role does the president see for the U.S. in monitoring or helping with the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
I think the president commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor it very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the president has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, this ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure, and then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer.
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
With all due respect, Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
there is...
Just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night. And in that private conversation, Prime Minister Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. And the president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Iran, and then I have a question on the Dignity Act as well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of 2 unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the vice president of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions, and as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country, and he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship. What's the White House's position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation, and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iranian venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form of tolls or otherwise.
And on the highly enriched uranium, has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation that the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from, and he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
But have they given any indication that they would turn it over?
They have.
They have?
Yes. Trevor.
The latest news out of Iran is that the air defenses have been activated in several cities, including Isfahan, and that explosions have been heard in Isfahan. Who is bombing Iran right now?
Were those reports just as of a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously I'll have to go back and check with the national security team. I'm standing out here with all of you, but I will do that and we will get you an answer, okay?
And just on the civilization question that we've been talking about.
And I would just add to that point, again, I haven't seen these reports. I'm not verifying them. Not that I don't trust you, Trevor, but I want to go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the Vice President said this morning, this is a fragile truce. Ceasefires are fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down the chain. And so we understand that. I would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And the American presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy. Katie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the President of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So it was a very strong threat that led to results. And as the Secretary of War stated at the Pentagon this morning, it was not an empty threat by any means. The Pentagon had a target list that they were ready to hit go on at 8 p.m. last night if the Iranian regime had not agreed to open the strait, which they did, and I think that's something we should all be grateful for.
The United States is a moral leader in the world, given that
I was asked this exact same question by your colleague Andrew in the back, and I think, again, the insinuation by anyone in this room that Iran somehow has the moral high ground over the United States of America is insulting, considering the atrocities that they have committed against our people and our military over the past 5 decades. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions for you. One has to do with a statement, a joint statement put out this morning by some of America's European allies, our NATO allies. And in that joint statement, they said regarding the Strait of Hormuz, our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Ruta in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
And then secondly, in regards to this conflict, 38 days, as you pointed out, President Trump has said that there's been regime change. Has that regime change led to more freedoms for the Iranian people?
I think that's a question that's being asked a little bit too early, John, and we hope that is the case, but it's something that has yet to be seen. Eamon.
Caroline, on this question of tolling by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, I've heard you talk about a number of red lines that the president has in this negotiation, but I haven't heard you say that Iranian tolling in the Strait of Hormuz is a red line. Would it be acceptable to the United States at the end of all this if the Iranians are able to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the president was very clear and simplistic in his language last night in his Truth Social post, where he said that this ceasefire is subject to the free, safe, and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's very plain language, and it should be taken at face value.
You mean free of charge?
Carrie, go ahead. Without limitation, including tolls, yes. Carrie.
Quick follow-up on the tolling. Why would the U.S. allow Iran to collect tolls from the Strait of Hormuz? That's not something that we've opposed for a number of years now.
Again, that's not something we've said that we've definitively accepted. The joint venture is something that was proposed by the president, but he was very clear in his statement last night. He wants to see the strait reopened immediately without limitation, and that's something we're going to hold them to.
Yes, second question.
On family and friends in Iran. I myself am Iranian, and I've been talking to them through the blackout. One of my family members yesterday said goodbye to me. So what message should we be sending Iranians when they message me saying what should they be doing right now? How should they stay safe? Because they really don't know what to do.
I think the president's main priority, and my main priority as his spokeswoman, is to make sure that clear messages are sent to the American people, of course, which is my job today. With respect to the Iranian people, the president, has taken out the imminent threat that was posed by their military to the United States, to our allies in the region, to our forces in the region, and of course, as the president has long said, he hopes that Iran will be a country of peace, of prosperity, and we're moving into this next round of negotiations to hopefully come to an agreement with with this new regime that will create long-term stability in the Middle East.
He has said that they should stay inside of their homes and also take back their country. So there's a contradiction there. So how do you address that?
Again, we're moving into this next round of negotiations with the remnants of the regime and those that we are speaking with now to hopefully reach a place of peace long-term for the region, and that includes the Iranian people as well. In the blue, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the Strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the Strait will be opened immediately. As I've said earlier, we have seen an uptick in traffic in the Strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the Strait right now?
One on the deportations of Iranian officials, and then on the negotiations. Are there still security concerns about Vice President Vance being part of these peace talks, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? And then two, given the ongoing deportation of General Soleimani's niece, does the Trump administration plan to deport more relatives or people in the families of Iranian officials that are in the U.S.?
Certainly, anyone who is here fraudulently. I understand one of the individuals who their visa was revoked by Secretary Rubio and they were deported by ICE. They had a fraudulent asylum claim. That's against the laws of the United States. So anyone who is here illegally or fraudulently is subject to our nation's immigration laws and will be removed from our country. And I know this continues to be a top priority for the State Department, working in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security. With respect to the safety of the Vice President, we fully trust the United States Secret Service to do their job, to keep the Vice President and the President's negotiating team safe. They do a tremendous job, and we fully trust them to do that.
Caroline.
In the back, go ahead.
The President has said Cuba is next. What's the message to the American people regarding Cuba, and what can Cubans expect in relation to this statement?
Well, look, I think when President Trump said that, and he later clarified after making that statement, that he meant the Cuban regime is bound to fall. Their country is very weak. They're in a very weak position economically, obviously, financially. The Cuban people are fed up with their government, as they should be. And these talks and discussions continue to happen at the highest level of our government. I don't have any updates or announcements for you with respect to Cuba policy today. Good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Hegseth said this morning that U.S. troops would be sticking around. Can you expound upon that, what we should expect from U.S. troops in theater for the next 2 weeks and beyond?
I would defer you to the Pentagon for any specifics on assets that have been in place in the Middle East, but take the Secretary at his word, and also the President has reiterated this as well in his own words, that we're not going to move anything immediately. Again, this is a 2-week ceasefire where we hope at the end, and we expect at the end, we'll have a good agreement between the United States and Iran, but in the meantime, we're going to ensure that our military is always at the ready of the Commander-in-Chief. I'll take a couple more in the back. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On NATO, I'll take your question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the President has discussed, and I think it's something the President will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Ruta, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the President following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that was the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. You know, one thing that you noticed, that press briefing was, 1 o'clock today around or so. So she said several times that they were expecting that the Strait of Hormuz would be open, and they were seeing like encouraging signs. So just to clarify, according to Iran, 3 ships went through today, 2 Iranian and 1 Chinese, and then Iran said they closed the Strait of Hormuz because of the Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Multiple U.S. news outlets have reported that, I know the Wall Street Journal and at least one other, have said 4 ships went through. So 3 or 4 is the number that I heard. And none of those, reportedly, according to the New York Times, none of those were oil and gas ships. So again, that's where we're at the moment. Thanks, Daryl is here, by the way. Daryl is here, had asked about that too. And again, I've heard 3 or 4 ships went through today. And also, the Wall Street Journal reported Both the Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times reported that Iran is going to charge ships to go through during the ceasefire. Wall Street Journal reported that Iran has set a cap on 12 ships a day going through. So there's no signs right now that this strait is opening up. Now, who knows what will happen in the future, but as of right now, there's no signs of that. And you heard her also say that the White House position is that Lebanon was not part of the ceasefire. Iran and Pakistan said Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. Israel says they weren't. Israel launched their biggest attacks in Lebanon during the war today. And I'll show you here what it looks like on marine traffic. Put a little volume on here. Here is the live tracking of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you're not going to see anything fly across the screen here because, I mean, you know, given how fast these ships go and what the distances we're looking at. But not much activity today in the Strait of Hormuz. Again, 3 or 4 ships went through from everything I have heard, and that's it. See how updated. This is 11 hours ago, 2 minutes ago. Hey, that position of that ship 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. This is pretty updated, you know. 3 minutes ago. How about this one? Where's this one going? You never know. Past track. Huh? I don't know why it has those arrows. That could be spoofing here or something. Anyways, this one, where is it now? I don't know what to make of this one. It's like it turned around or something. Where is it? Is it up here? Looks like, is that the current position right there? I don't know. Or close. It's a little confusing. But I don't see lots of ships lined up to go through there at this point. Yeah, I mean, some of our viewers saying it looks like it's heading to between Larak and Keshem Island to go through. It might be. Although, interestingly enough, as I mentioned to you earlier today, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy put out a new map today, and they said that ships need to take these routes to comply with the principles of maritime safety and avoid possible collisions with naval mines. And the map itself appears to show that on the right to left westward route, they would go above Larak Island here, but then on left to right route, getting out of the strait, they would go below Larak Island, which would be a change. That is the map that the Revolutionary Guard Navy posted tonight. Larak Island is here. Keshem Island is here. So, Jeannie says, wonder if there were really mines in there. We don't know. Hipster says this would allow bi-directional traffic. That is true. But as I said before, it doesn't seem like a very open Strait of Hormuz if Iran is telling ships exactly where they have to go to avoid mines and also saying they need to get paid. One of the viewers said, sail around and find out. Thanks, TE88PFCR, for your support. I really appreciate that. TE88 thinks that there are many things happening that are not announced. Oil is flowing. That's what TE88 thinks. Thank you so much, TE88. That made me think of something else the press secretary said. Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, she claimed that Iran and the U.S. discussed a bunch of points, and then Iran came out after and said what the points were, and they were lying about it. And they misrepresented what they discussed with President Trump. That's what she said. I don't know. El Hermite says, is there any chance that the ceasefire, we did a poll before, over about 90% of you thought it would collapse and the war would restart. Our viewer, Mr. Royal, says TikTok, TikTok. I am seeing something right now. One of our viewers mentioned this. Apparently, CNN claimed that hundreds of ships are stranded in the Gulf, including 426 oil tankers and 53 gas tankers. Yeah, I saw a report a couple days ago that claimed about 800 ships were stuck in the Persian Gulf. They haven't been able to get out since the war started. And I think tens of thousands, maybe about 20,000 ship workers who work on the ships, seamen, have been stuck there as well. Crew members. Where was I reading this yesterday? I'll see if I can find the article. But yeah, a lot of these ships, I don't know exactly which ones, but a lot of the ships in the Gulf, hundreds of them are stuck there and have not been able to get out since the war started. Normally, 130 a day would go through the strait, roughly. Now, the Wall Street, Bloomberg said, this is interesting. Bloomberg, maybe I read it in Bloomberg. Bloomberg said yesterday that there are more than 800 vessels trapped in the Persian Gulf. They said more than 800. And of those 800, roughly 426 carrying oil, crude oil, and clean fuels. And Bloomberg also says more than 1,000 vessels are waiting on both sides, I guess, combined. The Wall Street Journal says more than 20,000 seafarers are on the ships that are trapped. Most have been stuck on board for more than a month. The journal also said that fresh vegetables and fresh water for showering and laundry are running out on many ships. They say some Chinese crew members on ships have filmed themselves collecting condensate from air conditioning units for their non-drinking water needs. Some seafarers on these ships are fishing off the ships to get food. Gamble God thinks I don't think there was ever a ceasefire. Yeah, I mean, if there's 800 ships that are trapped, right? If there was just 20 crew on each ship, that adds up to about 16,000 people. So, with that many ships, if you just do the math, that means thousands of crew members stranded. Carolyn Levitt said Saturday is the first day of in-person negotiations. And J.D. Vance and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner would be going on the U.S. side. Snow says the next few days will be very interesting. Mr. Royal says, I fear that if Iran drops the ball at all, Trump will hit really hard. Caprice says, I smell a setup. Another question is, now that there's been all this controversy today over Israel striking Lebanon heavily during the day, striking Hezbollah in Lebanon, where, Pakistan and Iran said Lebanon's part of the ceasefire. Iran said we're closing the Strait of Hormuz because of the attacks on Lebanon. Will Israel keep doing the attacks in Lebanon? We saw it a couple overnight in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So are we just going to see more attacks from Israel today in Lebanon? That I don't know. That certainly seems that could bring a lot of tension. El Hermite says they will if they want the ceasefire to collapse. Spook says yes. Trump's Taco Cantina says yes. Thank you. Hey, thanks to TE88, PFCR. That's so nice of you. Thank you, TE88, PFCR. Who says, I welcome counterpoints to my comments. That's what TE said. I had a couple more videos here from Beirut during the day. I don't know if any of them were from, let me just check here. I'm checking here. I have a couple of videos from today, but I don't know if I got any of the video from any of the texts. Yeah, so just to show you this here, we saw a photo there's a photo floating around from AP that shows like an airstrike right near this hospital. So this is an AFP video from the past day of Beirut. And you see that hospital there. I wonder if this is before or after the strike. I don't know. See that hospital? We've seen that a lot on the live feed. But there's a picture here. Now look at this picture from AP that we showed you before. See, that's it, I think, in the bottom there. I think. It certainly looks like the same place. So what was hit? The building behind it? That must have been before that happened. You guys see that? Crazy. But that's during the day. So I wonder if is there already like destruction back here we can't really make out or something? I don't know. I'm confused. I'm just playing this. Oh, is there... I'm trying to look. I don't know that I have the video when that happened. I was just looking. One moment. Any Israel alerts? No. The last missile alert from Iran. The last missile alert from Iran was over 24 hours ago. Here, this is so far alerts analysis. That includes like rocket alerts, though, I think, not just missile alerts. But you can see alerts per minutes. Now I'm really confused. Alerts per areas. I mean, this is hours, and it says 1, 2, 3, but it was over 24 hours ago. Let me just find. Sorry, I never use those charts. History. Where's I need to go back a day. Last week. Yes, so the last missile alert is right here. It's the one right here. Southern Negev, Central Negev. That is, and I think that's in my local time zone, which would be about 20. This one right here, that one right there, that was the last missile alert with Iranian missiles coming into Israel. And that was about 8:27 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday. So over 26 hours ago. There has not been an Iranian missile launch at Israel since then. Do we think today, is there any chance that today could be like a relatively quiet day? Is that possible? You know, something else I haven't heard while I've been on the air, most of the time we've been on the air, I have not heard of any kind of like missile alert in the UAE or Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Kuwait. The last time Kuwait said they were facing 17 hours ago, Kuwait had posted they had been dealing with missiles and drones. I guess drones for that one. But I don't think they posted anything after that. UAE, 17 hours ago. Look, 17 hours ago, air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat. So it certainly has tailed off in terms of, what's coming out of Iran. I have not been hearing really, there were some rumors of some reports online of some explosions, but for the most part, I have heard of no confirmed airstrikes in Iran since we've been on the air today. Richard thinks the IRGC are melting. Electrostatic says, I can bet this won't end without the U.S. getting the uranium out of Iran. Sunshine says, time for Iran to regroup probably. Salvation says, it does seem a little quiet, strange, a little unsettling for some reason. Remember, the U.S. military is still in the region. They haven't gone home. Extermin says, no bombing is good bombing. Just Data sent me a claim from someone online that claims that the claim is that Pakistan was telling each side something different than the other side was saying. That's the claim? What is it? They wanted a deal, so they were misrepresenting what each side is saying? I have no idea. I'm not familiar with the source, and also, seems like kind of a risky thing for Pakistan to do if they were to do that. Where is the proof? Says Midtown Mike. Evelyn in Maine reminded me of the leaker story. Yeah, I was wondering about that story. We were talking about that a little earlier, that this person in the U.S. Armed Forces had been arrested for leaking, and I guess they talked to a reporter who was writing a book about, I think it was about sexual abuse in the military. If I can find it here. Trying to, yeah, it says it right here. It says an Army veteran is charged with sharing classified details of an elite commando unit. Okay, that's from the AP reports that the U.S. Justice Department said that they charged this person. It says that the person's name is Courtney Williams. Although the reporter and unit are not named in the court filings, dates and details match an article and book about the Army's secretive Delta Force written by Seth Harp. Okay. And Williams was the focus of a 2025 Politico article with the headline, "My Life Became a Living Hell, One Woman's Career in Delta Force, the Army's Most Elite Unit." It coincided with the release of Harp's book, The Fort Bragg Cartel, which alleges sexual harassment and discrimination. In a statement published by WRAL-TV, Harp, the author, called Williams a brave whistleblower and truth teller. Harp said former Delta Force operators disclose national defense information on podcasts and YouTube shows every day, but the government is going after Courtney for the sole reason that she exposed sexual harassment and gender discrimination in the unit, Harp's statement said. This is a vindictive act of retaliation, plain and simple. So I don't know, With cases like this, I mean, a question I always ask is this kind of thing normally charged? Do other people in similar situations get charged? I don't have the answers to those questions. And it says here that a special agent, Jocelyn Fox, wrote in the affidavit, she cited a text between the author and Williams, where Williams said, "Other than a few factual errors, I would definitely have been concerned about the amount of classified information being disclosed. I thought things I was telling you so you could have a better general understanding of how blank was set up or operated would not be published, and it feels like an entire TTP was sent out in my name, giving them a chance to legally persecute me." Anyways, look, I don't have a lot of perspective on this. It's an interesting story, but I'd be very interested about, again, are there cases where other people disclose similar information and do or do not get prosecuted, or less information or more information? I don't know. One of the viewers said, "You broke the law, so do the time." Another viewer says they're going after her because they don't like tattletales. anyways, we're not specifically covering that story. It's an interesting story, but I'll have to try to read some more about it later. Blues Wasted thinks no one divulges anything real about Delta. It's beyond normal people's grasp. It's unreal secret. Anything you hear is a lie. All right, guys, what do you think? Are we maybe getting close to taking a break? I'm looking here for updates. I'm not seeing a lot at the moment. But let me look and check. I think maybe it might be getting close time. But, of course, if there's big developments, I can just come on the air and do another stream. Nothing is stopping me from doing another stream. You know? So, I don't know what's going to develop. But I think it might be the appropriate. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I think it might be the appropriate time. That's what I think. But yeah, so obviously, watching the ceasefire, is it going to hold? Are we going to see more hostilities? Is Israel going to keep attacking Lebanon? What's going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz? Don't know. Let me check a couple things here. Hold on. Our viewer Tim said, "Follow the refueling tanker traffic out of Tel Aviv. There has been no gap in departures. If there are no attacks, then why are those tankers refueling?" We talked about this a couple times. We've gotten this question a bunch. So I don't know for sure, but some of the things we've talked about are the possibility that, for example, even if they're not conducting strikes, the U.S. and Israel want to keep planes up over Iran to, for example, what if they start pulling out missile launchers to go after them, you know, in case to not give them an opportunity to start conducting attacks that they might not have had if the planes were up there. That's just a thought. I don't know if that's just a thought I had and some of the viewers had. I don't know if that's true. But you know, just because they're not attacking doesn't mean they don't want to have, and also they, for all I know, they want to observe stuff, you know. Getting intel says or not. So I appreciate the. Those are just a couple of guesses. I appreciate the question, but I wouldn't assume that they're attacking. They don't have to be. It's not that there's only one reason for them to be up there, which is they're attacking actively. Trump posted again, by the way, 2 minutes ago. Trump says the failing New York Times I think he's posted about this 4 times now, 3 or 4 times. He says the failing New York Times and fake news CNN each reported a totally fake 10-point plan on the Iran negotiations, which was meant to discredit the people involved in the peace process. All 10 points were a made-up hoax. Evil losers. Make America great again. So, without spending a ton of time on this, because we've talked about it many, many times, President Trump came out last night and said Iran's 10-point plan is going to be the basis for negotiations. After he did that, the Iranian Supreme National Council posted on Iranian state media and talked about the 10 points. And the 10 points were basically an Iranian wish list of maximalist demands like U.S. troops out of the region. Iran gets to stay in control of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran gets to keep enriching uranium. Iran gets full reparations for the war. You know, and it looked like just their maximalist demands. And Trump has been saying, Trump first said that that was a fake list, that was like from some sort of Nigerian affiliated site or something. He had said, I forget. Yeah, he said that this false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria. Anyways, it's a legit statement. It's really from state media and it's from the Supreme National Council. But anyways, now he's not saying it was from a fake site, but what he's saying is that it's a fake list. And that I guess the idea is what Carolyn Levitt said today is she was saying something like, well, they said one thing in private about the list and another thing in public. President Trump, though, has never said what the list is. He hasn't said, here's the 10 points. So I don't know what to tell you, but the list posted by the Iranian state media is not like it's not a fake list in the sense of it's really from Iran. It's really from their government. What did Iran say in private? I don't know. But anyways, he's posted about this a bunch. That's once. He posted about it here. He said numerous list letters are sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the USA-Iran negotiation. In many cases, are total fraudsters, charlatans, or worse and worse. So he has posted at least 3 times, but maybe 4, at least 3 times about this, claiming that the 10-point plan Iran posted is not the real 10-point plan. So anyways, he just posted that. Axie says, why is he so mad about the list? Well, I think what happened is that when the list came out, and when Iran came out and said, this is our list of 10 points, some people said like, hey, Trump, you know, why did you agree to let that Iranian list be the basis of negotiation when it's basically an Iranian wish list? So he might be sensitive to that. That's my guess. Now, Christoph says, can't he just post the real list? He said that the points are going to be discussed behind closed doors. But yeah, I mean, if they wanted to, they could post the real list, if there is such a list, I guess. Because Iran posted what they said was their list. Yeah, Trump posted something like where he said, here, there is only one group of meaningful points that are accepted to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. Anyway, so that's the best I can tell you is that we don't know if there's some other list that Iran presented to the Americans behind closed doors. We don't know what it is. Okay. Anyways, we're going to start wrapping this up. But we'll have more coverage of the war. Hey, I really appreciate you guys being here. For our coverage, and we will have more coverage. If you want, subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Oh, sorry. Before I finished up here, just wanted to check here. By the way, Palm Beach Jeff said, was Israel even in the conversation when U.S. and Iran agreed to the ceasefire? If not, then technically we agreed on their end and then told them we made them agree, so they never agreed. I don't know how this all works. I mean, I have a very hard time believing. I mean, the ceasefire applies to Israel. It applies to Israel. So I have a hard time believing that Israel wasn't kept informed of the negotiations. I don't know who was physically where. I just can't, it doesn't make sense to me that Israel would be part of this and not have some sort of would not be informed about what's going on. So I don't think it was the sense. I'm sure it was not the something where the U.S. is like, oh, I think Israel will be okay with that. We don't need to talk to them. I just can't imagine that happening. But I don't know the specifics on all that. You know, as to who, if Israel wasn't physically there, who told them about what was happening and what did they say they wanted? I mean, look, we just don't have these. We just don't have these answers about what was said behind closed doors and who said what to who. Remember, Iran wasn't even in the room. I don't believe these were. Iran wasn't. Were they? Didn't yeah, because wasn't President Trump had been saying that Iran had to whoever was deciding in Iran had to communicate through notes. That's what President Trump said. So, I mean, it sounds like whoever deciding in Iran was not actually in the room. All right. So let's, we're going to, 6B1 says maybe avoid promoting Telegram propaganda. Promoting Telegram propaganda. So what happened is Iran agreed to a ceasefire. And they came out and that they said, these are literally the government came out and said, these are the 10 points. And they clearly explained what the 10 points were in state media. And so by reading those 10 points of a government, that's promoting Telegram propaganda. So I assume you would say the same, that I should never show a speech by President Trump or Carolyn Levitt because that's promoting propaganda? I just want to be clear on this. I want to be clear that that's the view. Right? So anything a government says is propaganda and I literally shouldn't discuss it? Just to be clear. Okay, so needless to say, I do not agree that reporting on what the Iranian government was saying, that the 10 points were right after the ceasefire in their official communication is promoting propaganda. Anyways, that being said, we tell you what different governments say here. We read you statements from the Israeli government today. Okay, anyways, that being said, hey, we're going to have more coverage for you guys. And we will be covering more. And if there's something that's huge that happens tonight, we can also come back on the air and cover it. Hey, so I would suggest turning on the notifications for the channel. You never know when a big news is going to happen. We're going to have to rush on the air. So the best way for you to find out when we're going live is to sign up for our free Discord notifications. They work great. We created them ourselves. It's easy to sign up. You have to sign up one time, and then you get the notifications for all the broadcasts. So the mods will post the link to sign up for the notifications in the chat. You can go to the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook and find the sign up link there. Sign up for the notifications so you know when we're going live. Okay. Let's see here. And I will also post on my X account when I'm not on the air. I cover news over there and post about breaking news. At Lookner on X is where you can follow me for news on X. At Lookner on X. But I really appreciate you guys watching, and also a lot of you sending in comments. We got to read a bunch of comments tonight, sending me news updates. So thanks for your help as well. And huge thanks to our moderators. They are incredible. So many people in the chat tonight, and we can have our chats because one of the viewers, by the way, said, I have the notifications on, but don't get notifications. I think there is a Discord help email address. I don't know if the mods have that, but there is a help. There's an email address where you can email for help with the Discord. It is, if I can find it here, aftvfansdiscord@gmail.com. So if you want help with the Discord notifications, aftvfansdiscord@gmail.com. Hey, thank you to all of our moderators. You guys are awesome. You are why we can have these chat rooms where different people with different views can come and discuss them together civilly and respectfully. Let me shout out. Oh, by the way, thanks to Rooster D. Hey, Rooster D, thank you. I appreciate that, Rooster D. Thanks. People moderating like over there on, where'd it go? What did I close? Hang on a second here. Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah are over there on Twitch, and all of our other Twitch moderators who've been here today. Oh, I got to thank a couple people on Twitch too, which I'll do in a second. Thank you so much, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. We have had moderators on YouTube like Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk and Roberts May Queen and others over on YouTube today. Thank you. And our Facebook moderators. Thank you so much to our Facebook moderators. Hang on a moment. Andrea Holder, K. Larry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley. Oh, thanks to Talina Metro. Thanks, Talina, for the Facebook stars, by the way. I appreciate that. Oh, are we almost at 8 hours? Facebook folks, if you're watching on Facebook, the stream will probably stop in a few minutes because when you hit 8 hours on Facebook, it ends. So I'm not going to restart it on Facebook because we're wrapping up right now. But at Facebook, but thank you, Facebook, for watching over there. Thanks also to Waltman J for being a member. Thanks everybody for supporting the channel. So nice of you guys. Really, really appreciate it. Your support is what allows this channel to exist. So thank you so much. Crypto King I owe a thanks to. Rooster D again, thank you. TE88, thanks for all your support. Over on Twitch, people like Hugh J, thanks for subscribing. Drunk Can't Cook, thanks for subscribing. Yeti Munster, thanks for subscribing. And Brian Harold, thanks for subscribing. And all of our other supporters who I thanked earlier. It's really nice of you guys. Thank you. Hey, by the way, if you're on X, another good way to find out when we're live, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there when we're going live in advance. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. And, oh, thank you so much. LARNCM gave 10 memberships. So nice of you, LARNCM. Thank you for all the memberships you have given. Please make sure to thank somebody if they give you a membership like LAR or Waltman J or a gift sub. Make sure you thank them. Thank you, LARNCM. Very nice of you. Let's see. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord, fan Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like to do that. Check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Thanks to all of our Discord mods too for helping out with the Discord. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Discord mods. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. To do that, you got to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, just make sure you have the bell checked and you've clicked all notifications. You know, I meant before, I don't know if I did it, I might have forgot. I meant to thank during the broadcast. Did I thank during the broadcast maybe I did, the members? I meant to. If I didn't, I'll do it next time. I'll thank them now, but I like to do it during the broadcast too. Before I do that though, thanks to our subscribers over on Twitch, Mr. Mac, Hugh J, Wall Street, Shaggy, Sank P, Shrocky, Crankin D, Midtown Mike, Hugh J, and also let's see here. Drunk Can't Cook, Yeti Munster, Brian Harold, Alper, Cadre Vex, Cerberus, Boba J Fett, Wisco Joe, all of our subscribers over there, Slavs King. Thank you, Gina Pina. Thank you to all of our subscribers on Twitch. Frukartoffine. Thank you. Fornax. Much appreciated. Our Facebook subscribers too, who support the channel over there. Do we end on Facebook? No, we're still live on Facebook. Barely. Talina Metro, Robert Real II, Juliana Martin, Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other subscribers over there. Huge thanks to subscribing on Facebook. And also, LARNCM gave 10 more memberships. So nice of you. Look at all those memberships from LARNCM. Please thank LAR if you just got a membership. Thank you, LARNCM. Very nice of you. Also, thanks to all of our members over on YouTube. Haley Girl, Dobie Needs New Socks, Crypto King, Twin Girl, The Ringa, Haruna Q, CAC, John Flick, Chris N, Todd USA, David Little, Evelyn in Maine, Platinum Dose, Marisol DeVille, A-Tech, Uber Rocks, Tater and Salad, Pam Wolger, Renee's Mom, Free Soul, Shiorin, Astro Gero, Have a Cigar, My Michelle, Hamaki, CAC 813, Wickedest Witch, Dr. McRib, Hugh Crummond, Sea Chase, The Knight's Palace, Cherry Cola, LARNCM, Skazka Montana, Goldie Shannon, Twin Girl, Sam Lam Noti, Truth WSYF, The Sofa King, all of our members over there, Genadis Sister, Donald Carpenter, Paula McLennan, Chucky, thank you, members. All right, let's see here. Thanks to everybody else for watching too. Terry's, YTube, Phoenix Productions, GT35, Oog, BGIY, Zyler Warrior, thank you for watching. Is there an alert? I don't see an alert right now. Let's see here. Thanks, Dabin, for watching. Paisley, Manatee, Okay to Play All Day, Zambo, My Mind Spray, Girth Brooks. Thank you for watching. Axie P, Spectre, Mock Tomato. Hey, all of our ex-viewers too, like Trump's Taco Cantina, Gulf War Vet, right, U.S. Rights and Freedoms. Everybody watching on X, thanks for watching over there. Appreciate it. All right, we're wrapping this up. We're wrapping it up. Paula Thompson, thanks for watching. Jasmine Beatty, thank you. All right, guys. Doing one last check here, making sure nothing crazy is happening at the moment. Well, we'll have to see where this is all going. This situation is still ongoing. What's going to happen with the ceasefire? What's going to happen in the Strait of Hormuz? We'll have to see. There might have been an alert, a rocket alert a short while ago. Was there? I don't see one. I don't see one there. All right. So that is it right now. Thank you so much for watching our live coverage. We will have more live coverage certainly coming for you. So again, thanks for being with us. Thank you to our mods. We'll see you soon. Well, we'll see you soon. Zambo says 170 stream streak. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Zambo, for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.